Hi guys. Tonight we step gently into a world where winter drifts in early, soft at first, then suddenly sharp, covering the earth in a stillness that feels both peaceful and threatening. You stand at the edge of a muddy medieval field, the last stalks of late autumn barley brushing your legs as a thin frost glitters over everything. Your breath curls into the dim air like a ghost deciding whether to stay or slip away. People around you hurry with quiet urgency, carrying baskets, pulling reluctant animals, glancing up at a sky that seems to promise a long season of hardship. And while you might imagine yourself bundled in some modern insulated coat, you probably will not survive this kind of cold if you actually had to face it with the tools and clothing they used. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. Now, dim the lights, and you let the story glide forward as days shorten and survival begins to nibble at every thought. You walk along the edge of a small settlement, hearing the crunch of the earth stiffened beneath your boots. It is not quite winter yet, but the cold has already begun its quiet rehearsal. Livestock bleats anxiously as villagers herd them toward pens that have been reinforced with fresh bundles of straw. A mainstream historical fact, often mentioned by scholars, is that most medieval European communities faced winters without reliable heating, except for a single hearth and whatever body heat people could gather. It is a detail that becomes painfully obvious as you pull your cloak tighter around your shoulders. The wind feels confident now, no longer a gentle suggestion of cold, but more like a firm hand pressing against your skin. As you watch these preparations, someone hauls an armful of firewood past you. The pile looks impressive for a moment, then you realize it is barely enough for a few weeks. That is the rhythm of this season. Everything is measured not in comfort but in survival. You glance toward a cottage where fresh thatch has been laid over the roof, golden against the pale sky. You catch the scent of damp leaves and wood sap, blending with the faint smell of smoke escaping from a crooked chimney. A small dog trots by, its coat dusted with frost, and you wonder how warm it can ever feel in weather like this. There is a quirky historical tidbit often whispered in old anecdotes that villagers sometimes stuffed their clothes with raw wool, not yet spun into thread. It sits oddly, puffing them up slightly, almost turning them into human-shaped hay bales. You notice one such figure passing near you, bundled so thoroughly that only a red nose peeks out between layers. They wave, then hurry on, cradling a ceramic pot that clinks softly with whatever precious thing they are protecting from the cold. The whole town seems to understand a truth you are only now absorbing. Winter is not an event, it is a presence, a long conversation with nature that you cannot interrupt. You walk past the open field where children are gathering the last fallen branches. Their laughter rings lightly, but their parents watch with tightened brows. Even the cheerful energy of youth bends before the seriousness of the coming season. The air holds a mix of hope and dread, and you feel it in your chest, as if your own ribcage is a wooden door trembling before the first gust. Historians still argue whether medieval people fully understood the cyclical patterns of harsh winters, or simply endured them as best they could, without expecting change or justice from the elements. You can feel that uncertainty in the way villagers move. They prepare diligently, yet each gesture hints at resignation. No matter how ready they feel, winter will always have the last word. You pause near a low stone wall where an older woman sits, sorting dried beans into small cloth bags. Her hands are cracked from long hours in the cold, but they move with steady precision. She glances up at you with a knowing smile that somehow blends warmth and warning. Behind her, the door to her cottage is propped open with a stone. You peek inside and see a single room lit by the faint flicker of a dying fire. The shadows stretch across a packed earth floor scattered with rushes that have seen better days. A scent of smoke and herbs hangs in the air, soft but persistent. As you step back, your foot slips on a thin patch of frost, and you catch yourself on the edge of the wall. The moment reminds you just how treacherous even early winter can be. A little farther down the path, a butcher works quickly to preserve the last of the season's meat. Salt hangs heavy in the air, sharp and clean, and you can hear the rasp of his knife against the wooden table. It is a sound that feels too loud in the quiet afternoon. Every cut he makes is insurance against hunger. Out near the fields, the last of the geese flap noisily as they are coaxed into their pens. The noise feels almost comical, a sudden burst of life against the encroaching stillness. It is one of those odd moments that sticks with you, a little pocket of humor tucked inside the seriousness of preparation. The birds honk with indignation, sounding like grumpy neighbors dragged into a situation they never agreed to. As you move through the settlement, you feel a soft migration happening all around you. Tools are cleaned and stored, fences mended, loose boards hammered back into place. It is a dance performed every year, refined by generations who understood the stakes. The days grow shorter with alarming speed. Each sunset seems to sneak up earlier than the day before. You catch the faint notes of a distant song drifting from another cottage. Someone is humming as they seal a window shutter with lumps of clay. The sound is lonely and soothing all at once. By the time the sun approaches the horizon, the sky is washed in pale lavender and deepening blue. You pull your cloak closer, noticing how the ends have stiffened with the cold. Your fingers ache even through your gloves. And yet there is something beautiful here, too. The air is crisp, clean in a way that feels almost medicinal. Smoke from dozens of small fires rises in straight, narrow threads, creating a faint veil over the village. It smells like pine resin and distant promise. You return to the center of the settlement where people gather near a communal fire. The flames crackle and spark, sending tiny embers drifting upward like wandering stars. You stand quietly, listening to fragments of conversation. Some speak of the coming cold with stoic acceptance, others with a hint of fear they would never admit openly. The fire warms your legs, but your back still feels the bite of the evening air. There is no escaping this duality. Warm in front, cold behind. A perfect metaphor for medieval life. As night settles in, you realize the truth that has been whispering to you all day. Winter is no mere inconvenience. It is the great test of endurance, resourcefulness, and community. And as you stand there among them, feeling the rhythm of their preparations, you begin to understand the quiet strength that kept these people alive through seasons that wanted nothing more than to claim them. You wake early the next morning to the gentle sound of frost cracking underfoot as the village begins its steady winter dance. The sky is a pale silver, the sort of color that promises nothing warm for the rest of the day. You step outside your sleeping space and immediately feel the cold press against your cheeks. It is not cruel yet, but it is firm, like a tap on the shoulder, reminding you that the season has officially taken charge. People move quickly, eyes focused, hands full. Today is all about stockpiling, storing, salting, sealing, and doing whatever is necessary before freezing weather closes the door on tasks that require bare fingers and working sunlight. You walk toward the center of the settlement, where bundles of flax, barley, and rye have been stacked into impressive towers. They lean against each other, like tired friends trying to stay upright. A mainstream historical fact often noted by researchers is that families in the Middle Ages depended heavily on these preserved grains to survive winter months that could easily stretch 5 months or more. If the harvest failed or the storage was flawed, hunger would creep in with a speed that felt almost supernatural. You run your fingers across a bundle of dried stalks. The texture is sharp and papery, and a faint, earthy smell rises from it, comforting in its simplicity. Nearby, you see a group of women working around steaming pots filled with meat. Salt glitters across the wooden tables in thick, crystalline trails. Someone tosses a handful onto a slab of pork, pressing it into the flesh with steady determination. A quirky tidbit you overhear from one of them is that the villagers sometimes added crushed juniper berries to the salt mix because they believed it gave the meat a protective spirit as well as a better flavor. You imagine the taste, sharp and resinous, something that might brighten a dull winter meal just enough to make you forget the colorless landscape outside. You watch as one of the women checks a clay jar filled with lard. She dips her fingers inside, scoops up the pale substance, and seals it back with a strip of cloth. Every action is practiced. Every gesture has been refined over generations. They do not rush, yet they work with an intensity that shows how much depends on these moments. You help carry a basket of apples toward a small cellar entrance. The door squeals as it opens, revealing shelves lined with jars, dried herbs, and root vegetables. A breath of cool, dense air flows out, smelling faintly of damp soil and stored hopes. You descend the steps carefully, placing the basket on a shelf. It is dim inside, lit only by the narrow beam of daylight slipping through the cracked doorway. You glance around and see rows of onion strings hanging from the ceiling like ghostly garlands. Carrots sit packed in barrels of sand. Turnips are tucked into crates with straw. Historians still argue whether these storage techniques originated from trial and error, or if they were passed down from older agricultural traditions that stretched far beyond Western Europe. As you observe the careful arrangement, you can feel the accumulated wisdom in every placement. When you emerge back into the light, you hear the rhythmic chop of wood splitting. A man stands near a growing pile of logs, raising his axe with methodical precision. The scent of fresh-cut timber floats around you, warm and resinous. Firewood is not just fuel, it is winter insurance. Families gather far more than they think they will need, then worry it still might not be enough. You pick up a few smaller branches and add them to a bundle being carried away. Your hands sting faintly from the cold, but the movement warms your fingers just enough to keep them flexible. As you walk through the village, you see someone spreading straw carefully around the base of their cottage. It creates a crude insulation barrier, trapping warmth and blocking drafts. The straw rustles softly as the wind flicks at it. Children run past you carrying baskets filled with dried leaves to help cover the gaps in wooden walls. Their cheeks are bright pink from the cold, and their breaths puff into the air like tiny chimneys. Despite the seriousness of the work, they chatter cheerfully, their laughter echoing against the stone of nearby buildings. You pause beside a shed where someone is drying fish on long wooden racks. Thin white ice crystals begin forming along the edges of the fish, decorating them like accidental frost jewelry. It is strange, but also strangely beautiful. The person tending the racks tells you they will smoke part of the catch tomorrow, adding another layer of protection against spoilage. The smell of smoke will cling to everything, woven into clothing and hair until spring washes it away. You imagine walking through the village weeks from now, every house scented like a communal hearth. As midday approaches, the sun barely climbs above the roof lines. You feel the temperature drop, even though it should be warming. Your breath thickens in the air. Someone rings a small bell to gather people near the grain barn. There is a quick community meeting about rationing. You approach the group quietly. They speak in hushed voices about oats, wheat, and barley, how much to grind, how much to save, how much to trade. Numbers drift through the cold air like fragile promises. The barn door is pulled open, and you peer inside to see sacks piled high, yet still somehow not high enough. Winter has a way of making abundance feel temporary. A pair of children try to roll a large barrel filled with dried peas across the yard. You step in to help guide it, hearing the soft rattle of legumes inside. It is a peaceful sound, like beans whispering encouragement. When the barrel settles into place, you feel a quiet satisfaction. Small victories matter in these moments. The sky dims further, and thin flakes of snow begin drifting down, hardly noticeable at first. Each flake melts on your cloak, leaving little dark dots of moisture that quickly fade. By late afternoon, smoke from hearth fires threads through the settlement. The smell is strong now, carrying hints of pine, oak, and even a little birch. You see someone sealing a storage box with melted beeswax, the warm scent of honey wafting into the air before the cold snaps it away. Another person wraps cloth around clay jars to protect them from sudden temperature changes. Everything seems designed to shield food from winter's persistent attempts to steal it. You walk past a small shed with its door slightly ajar. Inside you see shelves filled with bundled herbs, sage, thyme, rosemary, and a few mysterious plants you do not recognize. Some are used for flavor, others for medicine. A woman sorting the bundles tells you that mint tea is believed to help warm the chest on frigid nights. She also mentions an odd belief that hanging a dried sprig of yarrow over the doorway keeps frost spirits from slipping inside. You raise an eyebrow silently, but she nods with complete confidence. You decide not to challenge her conviction. As evening approaches, the air grows so cold your breath feels like it might freeze halfway out of your lungs. People carry the last baskets into their homes. Doors close, shutters drop. The village becomes a cluster of quiet shapes under a thinning canopy of snow. You look up at the darkening sky and feel a mixture of awe and apprehension. Winter is no longer approaching. It is here, settling its white cloak over everything you know. Inside the nearest cottage, you glimpse a family arranging their cellar keys, grain tallies, and stored goods list on a wooden shelf. Their movements are slow, almost ceremonial. This is the moment when they evaluate whether their preparations will hold. It is not fear exactly, more like acceptance. There is a certain peace in knowing you did everything possible before the cold took charge. As you step away into the deepening dusk, you realize something important. Surviving the medieval winter begins long before the first snow. It begins with every stored root, every salted cut, every sealed jar. It is a season built on preparation, and now you are wrapped inside that world, watching it breathe and brace itself. You wake to the sound of wind pushing softly against the wooden walls, a gentle reminder that winter tightens its grip with each passing night. The world outside feels quieter today, as if everything has settled into its winter posture. When you step outside, the sky hangs low and pale, almost white, and the air carries that deep cold that seems to slip under your clothes, no matter how tightly you wrap them. Before you even take 5 steps, your boots crunch on a thin crust of ice that formed overnight, a crisp sound that feels both satisfying and slightly alarming. Today you will explore the inside of a medieval timber and thatch home, a place where survival is fought for one stubborn spark at a time. You approach a small cottage built of timber beams filled with wattle and daub. The walls are a patchwork of earth tones, cracked in places, showing years of weather and hurried repairs. The thatched roof droops gently under the weight of frost, its edges bristling with tiny icicles. A small trail of smoke curls out of the chimney. It smells faintly of oak and leftover stew. You push the wooden door open and immediately feel a wave of warm air brush your face. It is not modern heating. It is not even truly warm, but compared to the outside, it feels like stepping into a cup of lukewarm tea after holding a block of ice. The room is dim. Only the fire in the hearth offers real light. Shadows cling stubbornly to the corners and rafters. The scent inside is a swirl of smoke, damp straw, wool, and whatever meal was last cooked. Your eyes adjust slowly. You notice that the floor is not exactly a floor at all, but packed earth covered with an uneven layer of rushes. A mainstream historical fact often noted about medieval homes is that these rushes were replaced only a few times a year, so the floor absorbed a messy collection of crumbs, ashes, hair, herbs, and every stray thing that dropped. You catch a faint whiff of old rosemary and guess someone must have sprinkled herbs underfoot to freshen the room a bit. You glance toward the small window on the far wall. It has no glass, only a shutter made of thin wooden planks. The edges are stuffed with wool and scraps of cloth to keep the wind from slipping through. You feel the faintest cold draft on your cheek as you walk past it, a reminder that insulation, as you know it, did not exist here. The cottage relies on layers of improvisation, wool in the cracks, straw near the foundations. Spare clothing hung like tapestries along the walls to block the worst chills. It is a design held together by hope, habit, and whatever materials were available. A quirky detail you notice is a string of dried fish heads hanging near the hearth. You tilt your head in mild confusion until someone tells you the heads were believed to ward off mice and also serve as convenient fire starters. Whether this actually worked or was simply superstition mixed with practicality is unclear. You decide not to get too close because the smell is definitely not inviting. Still, it is one more reminder that every object in this room has at least 2 purposes. You move closer to the hearth, the warmest part of the home. Its fire crackles steadily, throwing a soft, golden glow across the room. A clay pot rests in the embers, probably filled with some kind of pottage that will be eaten intermittently throughout the day. The heat feels good against your skin. You stretch your hands toward it, savoring the relief. Smoke curls lazily upward, escaping through a small vent hole in the roof. Some of the smoke lingers, blurring the air into a haze that smells lightly of charred wood and old stew. You blink a few times, trying to adjust. Near the hearth, a family gathers. They speak softly, conserving energy and breath. Silence seems to be the default setting of winter. You listen to the mother telling her children to keep their woolen shoes near the fire so they do not stiffen with cold. Her voice is gentle but firm. Historians still argue whether children spent most of their winter days inside, or if they wandered out regularly to help with chores. As you watch them now, huddled close to the hearth with blankets draped around their shoulders, you can easily imagine that cold days were spent mostly indoors whenever possible. You notice the ceiling beams above you. They are thick timbers stained dark with smoke. From these beams hang bundles of herbs, strips of dried meat, and even a few pieces of laundry that never quite dried fully in the damp winter air. Every so often, a drop of condensation falls from one of the beams onto the packed earth floor, leaving a small dark spot among the rushes. The overall effect creates a strange sense of coziness mixed with constant reminder of the challenges of daily living. In one corner of the room sits a large wooden chest covered with a wool blanket. You lift the edge slightly and peek inside. It is filled with extra linens, a few tools, and a precious stash of dried apples. The smell inside the chest is sweet and comforting. A girl nearby tells you they ration the apples carefully so they will last the entire season. She holds one in her hand, turning it slowly, almost reverently. You give her a small smile and close the chest gently. The walls of the cottage creak softly as the wind presses against them. The sound is rhythmic, almost like the house is breathing along with you. You lean against a support beam, feeling its rough surface against your back. The texture of aged wood and old smoke leaves a faint imprint on your clothes. A cat slinks past your feet and hops onto the family bench near the fire. It curls into a tight ball, tucked into a warm pocket of heat. To your left, you notice a wooden shelf holding small clay lamps filled with animal fat. A faint smell of tallow reminds you that when the fire dies down at night, these lamps will be the only source of light. Their glow is weak, flickering at the slightest movement of air. You imagine trying to sew, weave, or repair tools under that uncertain glow. Eyes would strain, hands would ache from cold. Tasks that seem simple to you suddenly feel monumental. As you step farther inside, you realize how cramped the space is. A medieval family lived with much less space than you might picture. Privacy was a luxury they neither had nor expected. Parents, children, animals, and seasonal workers sometimes all shared the same room. The scent of damp wool, wood smoke, and old straw forms a constant backdrop. You inhale slowly, letting the smell settle into your senses so you can understand it completely. Someone draws your attention to a large clay jar tucked under a bench. Inside it, they store warm stones next to the fire during the day, later wrapping them in cloth to tuck into bedding at night. The stones release gentle heat for an hour or two. It is a clever trick. You cannot help but smile at the ingenuity. The person explains that heated stones can keep frost from forming at the edge of blankets. A small but important victory when temperatures drop below freezing inside the home. You walk toward the sleeping area, a simple raised platform covered with straw and blankets. The coverings are thick but scratchy, made of rough wool that prickles your skin when you touch it. Still, it holds warmth surprisingly well. Someone has tucked a wool-stuffed bag at the foot of the bedding to keep toes warm. You sit for a moment, letting the uneven straw shift beneath you. It rustles softly, filling the quiet with a sound like distant whispers. In the opposite corner sits a clay pot filled with embers from last night. It is used to rekindle the fire each morning. The embers glow faintly, pulsing like a tiny red heartbeat. Without this pot, mornings would begin in total cold, and reigniting a fire from scratch would be far more difficult. You find yourself admiring its importance even though it looks so simple. The day wears on. The room grows darker as the sun dips behind thick clouds. Someone lights a tallow lamp. Its glow is small but comforting. You stand near the door and listen as the wind howls softly through the cracks. Despite all the insulation tricks, the cold will always find a path inside. It is inevitable. Yet this home stands firm, filled with warmth, effort, and the steady patience of people who accept winter as part of life. As you step back outside into the crisp, pale air, you realize how much this small home represents. It is not a fortress against winter, but a humble shield, built on creativity, endurance, and a quiet determination to survive each night. The wind greets you immediately, icy and unkind, and you pull your cloak tighter once again. You linger near the doorway of the cottage for a moment, before following the scent of wood smoke toward the center of the settlement. The air still clings to your skin with that thin, icy grip that slips in through every fold of clothing. Your breath floats in front of you in a soft white cloud, curling into the quiet morning like a pale ribbon. What pulls you forward now is the heartbeat of every medieval home during winter, the hearth. As you approach another cottage, the glow from inside feels like a small sun, trying its best to warm a world that seems determined to stay frozen. When you step through the low doorway, the warmth greets you like a cautious friend. It is gentle, uneven, but unmistakably comforting. The interior glows with the flicker of flames licking at thick logs. Sparks jump here and there, bright and brief, like tiny fire sprites dancing above the embers. According to well-established research on medieval daily life, the hearth served as the primary anchor of the household, providing heat, cooking space, light, and a kind of psychological shelter. You can feel that truth immediately. Every movement in this room seems oriented toward the fire, as if the flames hold an invisible gravitational pull. Several people gather around it, their silhouettes framed by the shimmering orange light. A pot hangs suspended from an iron hook, bubbling quietly with a thick stew that smells of cabbage, barley, and a hint of smoked meat. Steam rolls upward in lazy spirals, adding moisture to the dry winter air. Your stomach gives a soft protest of hunger even though you just ate earlier. The aroma is that persuasive. A woman stirs the pot slowly, her movements smooth and rhythmic. The wooden spoon knocks gently against the edges of the vessel, producing a soft tapping that blends perfectly with the crackle of the fire. Close to the hearth, a few wooden stools sit scattered like petals around a flower. You choose one and settle onto it, feeling its rough surface beneath your fingers. The heat from the fire warms your face, but your back remains cool, creating a strange contrast that medieval people lived with constantly. Someone shifts near you, wrapping a wool blanket around their shoulders. The fabric looks old but well cared for, dyed a faded brown that once might have been much richer. While you sit there, an older man leans forward to poke at the fire with an iron rod. He adjusts the logs carefully, as if tending to an old friend who needs encouragement. He explains that the wood must be balanced just right to produce steady heat without filling the room with smoke. The soot stains above the hearth testify to the delicate nature of that balance. What catches your attention next is an unexpected little detail mentioned in a handful of regional chronicles. Some families tossed bits of aromatic resin into the flames during the darkest parts of winter, believing the scent would drive away illness. As if to demonstrate, the man drops a tiny chunk of something fragrant onto the embers. A sweet, sharp smell fills the room, cutting through the smoky air. You watch the fire glow stronger for a moment, and the flames reflect in the eyes of the children sitting nearby. They are busy warming their hands, squeezing them together, then opening them palms forward toward the heat like little worshippers paying homage to a blazing deity. One child holds a small clay cup of warm broth, sipping it carefully. The steam fogs his eyelashes, making him blink rapidly. He laughs softly, and the sound seems brighter in the firelit room. You take in the rest of the space. Along the wall, dried herbs hang in bundles. Their silhouettes sway gently whenever someone walks past. Above the hearth, a narrow shelf holds a few precious items. A wooden bowl carved with patterns, a pewter cup, and a folded cloth embroidered with bright thread. These objects catch the flickering light, each holding a small glow that makes them seem more significant than their simple materials suggest. As the fire snaps again, casting sparks upward, someone mentions that researchers have long noted how fireside gatherings shaped social life during the colder months. Stories were shared, decisions were made, songs rose into the smoky rafters. The hearth was not only a supplier of heat but a creator of togetherness. You imagine the laughter, the arguments, the whispered confidences, all carried by firelight in winters long gone. You shift your position slightly, savoring the warm air that wraps around your chest. Your hands drift closer to the flames, and you notice that the stones outlining the hearth have become warm enough to radiate heat. A woman touches one carefully, judging whether it is ready to be moved with tongs and wrapped in cloth to warm bedding later. A charming custom preserved in some rural traditions tells that warm stones placed near the feet at night could bring pleasant dreams, especially if rubbed with a sprig of thyme beforehand. You are tempted to try it yourself, imagining the mild aroma drifting past your senses as you drift to sleep. The fire pops suddenly, a sharp little crack that makes one of the children jump. Laughter ripples through the room. Fire has a personality here. It is lively, unpredictable, almost playful in the way it spits sparks or flares up unexpectedly. Yet everyone treats it with deep respect, fully aware that this same warmth could turn dangerous if left unattended. The hearth is both a friend and a master, gifting comfort but demanding constant vigilance. You watch as the stew is lifted from the hook and ladled into wooden bowls. The smell grows richer, settling deep into your awareness. Someone hands you a small portion. You take a cautious sip. The warmth spreads through you instantly, melting the cold that has been lodged in your chest since you stepped outside earlier. Flavors of barley, root vegetables, and herbs mingle beautifully. The spoon feels warm in your hand, almost like a heated charm anchoring you to the moment. As you eat, you listen to the soft murmur of conversation. A few people discuss local folklore. One woman mentions an old belief that keeping a small piece of bread near the hearth would protect the house from mischievous winter spirits. Another claims that if the fire flickers a certain way, it means snow is coming before dawn. A man laughs, saying that some of these signs are simply excuses for bad weather predictions. Yet many details like these survive because they colored the rhythms of medieval winter life, and you can feel how they add texture to each evening. You notice something else too. The longer you sit here, the more your body relaxes. The heat loosens your shoulders. Your fingers stop tingling from the cold. The slow, steady crackle of the fire becomes almost hypnotic. The room feels like a living organism breathing in unison with everyone inside it. You think back to how fire today is often decorative or symbolic, but in this world it decides everything: comfort, safety, nourishment, sleep, and even mood. Before leaving, you stand for a moment to observe the hearth one last time. It glows with a quiet authority that fills the entire cottage with purpose. The people around it move with a rhythm shaped by necessity and long practice. The fire is their anchor, their shelter, their living companion through months of darkness. When you finally step back outside, the cold rushes toward you again like an eager animal, and you feel the loss of heat instantly. But the memory of the hearth follows you, warming your thoughts even as your breath freezes in the air. You realize just how central that glowing heart was to surviving the medieval winter, and the next cottage you pass seems like a guardian lantern in a world that never fully thaws. You pull your cloak tighter as you walk away from the warm glow of the hearth and back into the pale winter daylight. The cold settles into your clothes almost immediately, creeping through the fabric and nudging at your bones. Your fingers stiffen, even inside your gloves. The medieval world faces winter with an assortment of garments that feel heavy, scratchy, and stubbornly practical. Today you get to feel what that is like, layer by layer, as you step deeper into the realm of medieval clothing designed not for style but for survival. You pass a group of villagers near the edge of the settlement where several women are working with wool. Their hands move briskly despite the cold, stretching, spinning, and weaving strands that look coarse but reliable. According to well-known historical accounts, wool was the most essential material for winter garments in much of medieval Europe. The texture was rarely soft, yet its ability to trap warm air made it invaluable. You run your fingers along a freshly woven piece and feel its roughness instantly. The fibers almost scratch your skin, but there is an undeniable heaviness in the cloth that hints at its insulating power. Nearby, a man shakes out a long woolen cloak. The cloth ripples in the air like a stiff flag before settling against his shoulders. Its color is a muted brown, washed by sun, rain, and time. You notice how it drapes almost to his ankles, creating a wall of fabric that guards him from the cold. A young girl helps fasten the metal clasp at his chest, and the simple click of metal closing over wool sounds strangely satisfying. He gives you a grin, lifting the edge of the cloak to reveal an inner lining made from rabbit fur. The softness surprises you. It feels warm, even before you touch it for long. One curious detail preserved in several regional texts mentions that common folk sometimes sewed tiny scraps of fur between layers of wool to trap even more heat. You imagine how heavy and padded such clothing must have felt, like wearing a portable nest. You walk further and see someone repairing a pair of woolen hose. They stretch them over their knee to check for holes. The hose are thick, almost sponge-like in their texture, and dyed a dull reddish shade. The person explains that these garments often shrank in the cold if not dried properly. You picture yourself trying to pull on a pair that suddenly tightened like a stubborn second skin. Winter clothing was a constant battle between function and discomfort. People endured the itchiness because the alternative was far worse. As you wander through the settlement, you spot a boy wearing a patched tunic, with layers visible at the seams. He proudly shows you how his mother stitched linen underneath the wool to soften the feel against his skin. You smile, appreciating the cleverness of that combination. Linen breathes well, but wool traps heat. Together, they create a balance that protects the body from both sweat and chill. The boy then giggles and reveals another trick he uses on windy days. He tucks handfuls of loose wool around his torso between his layers. It looks bumpy, but he insists it helps. You nod, remembering an old note from medieval household guides that mentioned similar improvisations. Sometimes survival is a matter of stuffing whatever you have into whatever you are wearing. The wind sharpens, slicing across the open fields. You see two elderly women adjusting head coverings. One wears a thick wimple that wraps beneath her chin and over her head, leaving only her face visible. The fabric flutters slightly when she breathes. The other wears a layered hood called a liripipe, with a long trailing tail that she wraps around her neck like a scarf. Their conversations form little clouds that disappear almost as soon as they speak. A pattern emerges as you watch them. The garments are not beautiful in a decorative sense, but the care in their layering reveals a different beauty, a sort of humble expertise passed down through necessity. A man nearby wears a sleeveless sheepskin jerkin. You touch its surface and feel the soft wool still attached to the inside. He laughs and says that this piece of clothing often becomes his best friend during the cold months. According to accounts written by travelers of the era, such jerkins were prized for their warmth, but dreaded on rainy days when the smell of wet sheep became overwhelming. You imagine carrying that scent with you everywhere, clinging stubbornly to your clothes no matter how much you tried to brush it away. Moving closer to the animal pens, you spot another fascinating sight. Several villagers have hung pieces of freshly tanned leather on wooden racks. The leather glistens slightly in the pale light, still damp with the last stages of curing. Leather garments were less insulating than wool, but they offered valuable protection against wind and moisture. One of the villagers shows you a pair of winter boots lined with fur. The outside looks stiff and durable, but the inside is velvety soft. You slide your hand inside and feel its gentle warmth. You cannot help thinking how pleasant it would be to wear something like this on a freezing morning. A woman carrying a basket of sewing tools calls you over. She is working on a lined hood meant for her husband, who spends long hours tending livestock. She explains that the hood includes a small flap designed to cover the throat completely. Her needle moves quickly, even though her fingers must be numbed by the cold. She hums softly as she works. Her voice blends with the faint rustle of wool and the gentle crackle of a distant fire. She tells you that many techniques for winter clothing are still not fully understood by modern researchers. Some items appear in illustrations or inventories, but their construction methods remain partly mysterious. You find that uncertainty enchanting, like a small corner of medieval life that refuses to give up all its secrets. You continue walking, observing children playing in layers of oversized garments passed down from older siblings. Their laughter rings out, bright and resilient. Their tunics flap as they run, making them look like miniature bundles of cloth held together by joy. One child proudly shows you a fur-lined cap decorated with a small wooden charm for luck. The charm is shaped like a bird, its wings spread as if in flight. She tells you her grandmother carved it to keep the winter spirits away from their home. Whether the charm actually works or not does not matter to her. The belief alone seems to warm her from the inside. As the afternoon deepens, you notice how the color palette of the settlement shifts in winter. Garments show earthy browns, mossy greens, deep burgundies, and sooty blacks. Dyes are harder to manage in cold weather, so clothing often reflects practical limitations. Yet the colors blend beautifully with the landscape, giving the whole scene a natural harmony. It feels like the people belong to the land in the same way that trees and stones do. Someone invites you into another cottage to escape the wind. Inside, a woman demonstrates how she layers her own clothing each morning. First comes the linen chemise, soft and cool. Then the woolen kirtle, heavy and structured. Over that she adds a thick overdress, then an apron, then a cloak if she plans to go outside. By the time she finishes dressing, she looks nearly twice her original size, wrapped like a winter package. She laughs as she explains that sitting down becomes an adventure when so many layers are involved. As she talks, she pulls out a small pouch filled with lanolin. She rubs a bit on her hands, explaining that the natural oil from sheep wool helps protect skin from cracking in the cold. The scent is mild and earthy. She offers you some, and the warmth from the hearth enhances its soothing effect as you rub it into your palms. The room grows darker, and the firelight highlights the woven patterns of the garments hanging from wooden pegs. You marvel at how much patience and skill went into creating each piece. Every stitch, every thread, every patch tells a story of someone trying to shield their loved ones from the relentless winter. As you step back outside into the sharpening air, you feel your own layers with renewed appreciation. The wind hits your face again, but now you understand why medieval people dressed the way they did. Their clothing was less about fashion and more about armor against the cold. Fabric became a strategy, warmth became a puzzle, and survival became a daily art form woven into every garment they wore. You step into the dim interior of another cottage as evening settles over the settlement, the kind of early winter evening that slips in quietly, soft as a sigh. The air outside already bites at your cheeks, but in here the glow from the hearth spreads a thin blanket of warmth across the room. It is not enough to make you remove your cloak, yet it keeps the cold from crawling straight into your bones. Tonight you learn what it means to sleep through a medieval winter night, a time when the darkness feels heavier than usual, and warmth becomes something you build carefully, piece by piece, person by person. The family inside begins preparing their sleeping area. According to several respected historical studies, shared beds were not only common during the Middle Ages, but often essential for staying warm. The idea of personal space did not exist in the same way you understand it today. Instead, the emphasis was on keeping heat close, preserving every bit of warmth the body could generate. You watch as the bedding is arranged on a raised wooden platform. It is not a modern bed. It is more like a communal nest, built from straw, wool blankets, old cloaks, and whatever soft materials could be gathered over time. A young boy lifts a corner of the bedding for you to see. Beneath the top layer lies a thick layer of straw, recently replaced and still carrying the faint scent of dry grass. The girl beside him sprinkles crushed mint leaves into the straw. She explains that her grandmother believes the mint keeps the bedding fresher for longer. You inhale the scent, and it provides a cool contrast to the warm, smoky air. This little tradition appears in some household notes from the era, though historians have never reached full agreement on how widespread it truly was. Regardless of its origin, the mint gives the sleeping area a pleasant fragrance that softens the earthiness of the straw. The room grows quieter as the family completes their evening chores. Someone places a heated stone, wrapped in cloth, at the foot of the bedding. It radiates gentle warmth, just enough to keep toes from freezing during the night. A woman explains that these heated stones are reheated each night, kept near the fire during the day, and carried to bed during the evening. A few early medical texts from the period mention that the warmth from such stones was believed to help circulation and prevent stiffness. You imagine slipping your cold feet against such a stone and feel a wave of sympathy for anyone who had to face winter nights without it. You notice another interesting detail. A bundle of cloth has been hung from the rafters near the bed. One of the children tells you it is stuffed with goose feathers, and when placed on the bedding, it adds extra insulation. The bundle is patched in several places where feathers tried to escape. According to a handful of surviving farm inventories, feather-stuffed cloths were treasured items, far more valuable than they might appear. You touch the bundle gently, feeling the softness beneath your fingers. As the family gathers for sleep, you see how naturally they fit together. They settle side by side with practiced ease, each person claiming a small portion of space, yet close enough to share body heat. A toddler curls between two adults, wrapped in a woolen shawl. A boy pulls a cloak over his shoulders before sliding under the blankets. A girl tucks herself at the edge, careful to avoid the cold air that creeps in from the outer wall. The room carries the subdued rhythm of people winding down, their movements soft and unhurried. Someone invites you to sit with them for a moment before they sleep. You ease yourself onto the straw-filled bedding. It shifts beneath you with a soft rustle. The wool blankets scratch your hands slightly, reminding you that medieval comfort was often a compromise between warmth and texture. Yet the overall feeling is surprisingly cozy. A faint scent of smoke clings to the blankets, mixed with the mint from earlier. The combination is oddly soothing. A woman pulls the wooden shutter closed. She presses cloth into the gaps, sealing out the night air as best she can. The only light comes from the dying fire, its glow flickering across the room like quiet candlelight. The shadows lengthen, then soften. The temperature inside drops slowly but noticeably. The fire no longer roars, it murmurs. One of the men shares an anecdote preserved in local folklore. He says that long ago, people believed sleeping with your head pointed toward the hearth brought good dreams during winter. Whether the belief grew from superstition or from the simple fact that the warmest part of the room was nearest the fire, he cannot say. The precise origin remains uncertain even for scholars who study these traditions. Still, the family arranges themselves in such a way that their heads rest closer to the heat source. As the room grows darker, you notice how quiet everything becomes. The only sounds are the occasional pop from the hearth, the rustle of straw, and the deepening breaths of people settling into rest. The ceiling above you is low, and the thatch overhead creaks softly as wind brushes against it from outside. The sound feels strangely protective, like the cottage is guarding the people inside. You study the sleeping positions. There is strategy in them. The adults form an outer wall, their bodies blocking drafts and providing warmth for the children in the center. Pets are welcome too. A cat curls into a ball near the toddler, its purring a gentle vibration that blends with the hushed air. Some written records from the period mention that families often allowed small animals to share sleeping areas during winter. Their body heat added a little extra warmth, and their presence offered comfort. As you watch, one of the children lifts a small woolen bag and places it under her chin. The bag is filled with warmed grain. Grain retains heat well, acting almost like a medieval hot water bottle. Notes from early domestic guides hint at this practice. though it rarely appears in official inventories. You rest your hand against the bag and feel its gentle heat spreading through the fabric. It is a simple innovation, yet deeply effective. The conversations fade. A mother hums softly for a few moments, a tune so gentle you almost do not hear it. Then, silence returns. You realize that winter nights were long, and sleep often came early not because people were tired, but because darkness encouraged rest. Once chores were finished and the fire tended, there was little else to do but huddle together and try to stay warm. You imagine lying here through the long hours of night, listening to the wind pressing its cold fingers against the walls. The warmth from shared bodies keeps the cold at bay, turning the bed into a sanctuary. Without centralized heating or thick insulation, this closeness is not just comforting, it is life-preserving. You stand slowly, careful not to disturb the sleepers. The fire crackles softly, casting a last warm shimmer across their faces. As you step outside into the frigid night, you feel the cold rush toward you instantly, nipping at your ears and filling your lungs with icy air. The sky is ink dark, dotted with stars that glitter with a brittle sharpness. You look back at the cottage, at the faint glow that leaks through tiny gaps in the shutters. Inside that glow rests a family wrapped in layers, breath rising and falling together, defying winter through warmth they crafted with their own hands. Shared beds, heated stones, mint-scented straw, feather bundles, and countless small traditions hold them through the darkness. You pull your cloak close and begin walking again, carrying the memory of their quiet resilience with every step. You walk back into the open air after witnessing the quiet ritual of bedding down for the night, and the cold greets you instantly, sharp enough to pinch the tip of your nose. Morning light has not yet fully settled over the landscape, yet the village is already stirring. Winter does not allow long moments of rest. Work waits outside no matter how cold the world becomes. Today you follow the rhythm of medieval labor, learning how people ventured into ice and wind because survival depended on it. Your first steps crunch loudly on frozen ground. The soil has stiffened into a crusty layer that resists each footfall. Frost clings to every fence post and every stray blade of grass, turning the world into a pale landscape that sparkles faintly in the rising light. According to widely referenced descriptions from agricultural manuscripts of the era, winter was never a season of idleness for rural families. There was always something crucial that needed doing, even if every task felt twice as hard with frozen fingers and breath that hung in the air like drifting smoke. You watch as a man leads 2 oxen toward the well. Their bodies puff small clouds of steam with every breath. He carries a heavy wooden yoke across his shoulders, and you can see the strain in each step as he heads into the cold. The well rope has already stiffened overnight, and frost clings to the bucket like silver lace. He lowers the bucket slowly, the rope creaking with resistance. The sound echoes in the quiet morning. When he draws the bucket back up, you can almost feel the icy weight in your own hands. He moves quickly to keep the water from chilling further before he pours it into troughs for the livestock. It is a small victory in a long day ahead. Nearby, 2 women chop vegetables outside, preparing ingredients for a stew that will simmer for hours. Their shawls flap slightly in the wind. Their cheeks glow red with cold. One of them pauses to rub warmth into her fingers before returning to her knife. The vegetables are stiff from storage, difficult to cut. A small detail found in a handful of rural household notes mentions that some people warmed their knives in hot water before chopping winter produce, believing it made the task easier. Whether this helped much is unclear, but you notice one woman dipping her blade into a small pot of steaming water before continuing her work. The metal glints warmly in the pale light. Farther along the path, you see a cluster of villagers carrying bundles of firewood toward a communal shed. The wood is heavy with moisture from the cold air, and each log hits the ground with a muted thud. One man complains jokingly that the logs feel twice as heavy in winter. His friend laughs and claims that winter wood has a mind of its own. A bit of regional folklore suggests that wood gathered after the first frost burns hotter, though experts have never reached a clear conclusion on whether this belief had a practical basis or simply emerged from wishful thinking. You watch the group work together, their breath mixing into a pale cloud as they lift, stack, and secure each bundle. A woman carrying a small wooden rake waves you over. She leads you to a patch of ground near the animal pens where she begins collecting frozen hay. The hay crackles with each movement. She explains that her animals need extra bedding on colder days and that she must check the pens twice every morning. She laughs softly and tells you that winter chores rarely end. When she bends to scoop up a clump of icy straw, The cold stiffens the material in her hands. You can see why she needs to keep moving. Stopping means letting the cold seep deeper. You turn your attention toward the blacksmith's shelter. Even in winter, the forge must be tended. Inside, the heat feels overwhelming compared to the outdoor chill. Sparks leap upward as the blacksmith hammers a glowing piece of iron. His rhythm is steady despite the cold air creeping through the open doorway. According to records created by early travelers, the smith often became one of the busiest workers during winter. Tools broke easily in cold weather. Hinges stiffened. Locks cracked. Hooves needed trimming. And every repair required the hands of someone who could coax metal into obedience even when bitter winds tried to steal the heat from the forge. The blacksmith pauses to dunk the iron in water, and steam bursts upward with a hiss. He wipes sweat from his brow and grumbles that he prefers winter work to summer, simply because the heat feels less punishing. You smile, imagining how odd his perspective would sound to someone shivering outside in linen and wool. You step out of the forge and follow a pair of villagers heading toward the forest edge. They carry axes and rope. Cutting wood in winter is dangerous but necessary. Branches crack unpredictably. Fallen trees hide under snow, but wood remains the lifeblood of every household. The forest greets you with a deep quiet, its trees stiff and motionless. When the first axe strike lands, the sound echoes like a drumbeat through the cold air. The fragrance of fresh wood rises, sharp and comforting. You watch the men work in a practiced rhythm, taking turns so their hands do not freeze around the handle. They show you a fallen branch covered in frost. One of them mentions that early woodcutters sometimes looked for frost patterns to judge which trees were safest to fell. This technique appears in a few regional documents, though modern specialists disagree on how accurate or widespread the practice truly was. You run your fingers along the frozen bark and feel the cold sting through your gloves. As the morning grows older, you return toward the center of the village. A group of women gather around a small table repairing clothes. Their needles flash quickly, catching sunlight when the clouds shift. Winter was a time to mend everything. Torn cloaks, worn hose, fraying seams. Their hands move tirelessly. One woman blows warmth into her fingers before threading a needle. Another uses her teeth to pull a stubborn bit of wool tight. The conversation among them serves as background music, soft and steady. Nearby, a young boy works to clear a path between cottages. The snow is not deep, but the ice beneath it is slick. He scatters crushed charcoal across the walkway. According to a few preserved village instructions, charcoal and ash were commonly used to create traction during icy conditions, long before modern salt spreading became common. The charcoal crunches underfoot as you test the newly cleared path, and it feels surprisingly effective. At the edge of the settlement, you see a shepherd struggling to guide his flock toward a sheltered enclosure. The sheep resist at first, stamping their feet in the cold. Their breath floats in small clouds as they bleat impatiently. The shepherd calls out gently, guiding them with slow, practiced motions. Winter requires constant vigilance, and animals are just as vulnerable as their caretakers. You help open the enclosure gate, and the sheep shuffle inside, filling the space with soft, woolly movement. The shepherd sighs with relief and pats the side of one of the larger ewes. As the day stretches on, you realize that every person you see is engaged in something essential. No gesture is wasted, no action is performed without purpose. Winter allows no luxury of idleness. The cold makes every chore harder, yet it also sharpens the focus of anyone who must work outdoors. You feel it yourself as your fingers begin to stiffen again, reminding you that even simple tasks become challenges in this weather. You step toward a group of men repairing a fence. They drive stakes into the frozen earth using heavy mallets. Each strike sends vibrations through the ground and through their arms. One of them tells you that winter can be the ideal time for certain repairs, because the frozen soil holds posts securely. Yet it is also the worst time, because every blow feels twice as heavy when your muscles are cold. He grins despite the discomfort, shrugging as if winter offers no real choice. As the sun begins to sink lower, a faint golden glow washes over the settlement. Smoke rises from chimneys in thin lines. The air smells of pine, peat, and simmering stew. The village hums with the last activities of daylight. You watch as chores wind down and people return indoors, rubbing their hands together, eager to stand near the hearth again. Your steps slow as you reflect on what you have witnessed. Winter labor in the medieval world is not just work, it is endurance, it is cooperation, it is a daily negotiation with a season that gives nothing for free. Every bucket of water, every chopped log, every mended seam carries the weight of necessity. You breathe in the cold air once more. It fills your lungs with sharp clarity. You feel more connected to the quiet resilience that defines winter survival. As you approach another cottage, the faint glow of the hearth draws you in like a promise, and you understand why work never stops, even when the world feels frozen in place. You rise before the sun fully lifts its sleepy face above the horizon, stepping into air that feels colder than anything you have tasted so far. Your breath gathers in front of you in thick clouds, and the grass crunches under your boots as if you are walking on shattered glass. Today you follow the heartbeat of medieval winter life that happened just beyond the cottage walls. Livestock, the quiet companions of every rural household, need care long before daylight touches the land. You begin walking toward the animal pens, where both people and creatures brace themselves against the bitter wind. The first thing you notice is the smell, a mixture of straw, damp wool, manure, and the earthy scent of frost. It is not unpleasant. Instead, it feels like the world of winter agriculture condensed into one sharp breath. According to numerous practical handbooks from the period, the survival of animals meant the survival of humans. Milk, eggs, wool, hides, and occasional meat all depended on keeping these creatures alive through months when food was scarce and cold was merciless. You reach the cattle shed first. The structure is simple, made of wooden planks reinforced with branches and packed mud. The roof dips slightly under the weight of early frost, yet the animals inside shuffle and snort, creating pockets of warm breath that drift toward the doorway. You step inside and immediately feel the temperature rise by several degrees. It is still cold enough to numb your fingers, but the combined warmth of several large bodies creates a subtle, comforting refuge. A man greets you with a nod as he forks fresh hay into a long wooden trough. The cows move eagerly toward the sound of hay rustling. Their breath rises in thick white plumes. He explains that during winter, feeding must be done with far more care. Hay must be guarded from moisture, and every scrap counts. An interesting insight recorded in certain monastic farm accounts mentions that farmers sometimes place dry bracken beneath hay to prevent the bottom layers from spoiling. You glance near the storage corner and see a pile of bracken, brown and crisp, waiting to serve exactly this purpose. The cows shift, their hooves crunching on frozen straw. One nudges your arm with her damp nose, her curiosity warming you more than you expect. You stroke her side, feeling the thick winter coat she grew in preparation for the season. The man laughs softly and tells you that cows often sense changes in weather long before people do. Whether this is true science or a comforting observation passed through generations, researchers have not fully clarified. Regardless, you sense the unspoken trust between the farmer and his animals. You follow him outside toward the goat enclosure. The goats bleat noisily the moment they see him, their voices surprisingly sharp in the cold air. Their pen is lined with layers of straw that crackle underfoot. He bends to check the ground and shows you how the straw must be replaced regularly so that moisture does not linger. Dampness is the enemy. It invites illness, frostbite, and a chill that can claim animals quickly. He lifts a small goat kid, tucking it beneath his cloak for warmth. The creature relaxes instantly, its tiny head poking out curiously. A woman approaches carrying a bucket of warm mash. Steam rises from it in soft curls. She explains that goats and cows often received warmed feed during the coldest stretches. She pauses to tell you a rather charming detail preserved in some rural families. Certain households believed that singing softly while feeding their animals helped improve winter health. She hums a slow tune as she pours the mash, and the animals respond with gentle bleats, almost rhythmic, as if acknowledging her ritual. Your path continues toward the pig pens. You brace yourself, expecting a strong odor, but what greets you is something surprisingly mellow. The cold air suppresses most smells. The pigs grunt lazily under thick straw bedding, their round bodies packed together for warmth. A young boy working nearby shows you how he banks straw along the inside edges of the pen to block drafts. This practice is well documented in surviving agricultural writings, and you can immediately see how it creates a small barrier against biting winds. The boy also lifts a wooden cover, revealing a shallow pit beneath the straw. It glows faintly with warm vapor. He explains that the pigs generate enough heat from their bodies and manure to warm the pen if the bedding is managed correctly. You feel an unexpected wave of admiration. This mixture of animal behavior and human resourcefulness turns a simple pen into a winter heating system. A few authors from the era even noted that farmers sometimes slept near pig enclosures during the worst freezes, because the heat could be stronger than a cottage fire. You run your hand near the pit and feel the warmth radiating upward, subtle but unmistakable. Next, you walk toward the small chicken coop. The door creaks as you open it, releasing a puff of warm, feathery air. The hens cluck softly, huddled close on their roosts. The coop is insulated with layers of old sacks stuffed into every gap. A woman scatters grain onto the floor, mixing it with bits of chopped herbs. She tells you that the herbs help with digestion and warmth, a folk practice mentioned in several handwritten notes from the period. The chickens peck eagerly. Their movements stir the air, creating a faint rustle like whispered conversation. She shows you a clay pot tucked into a corner, filled with warm coals covered by ash. The heat drifts into the coop, just enough to soften the worst of the cold. This small heating trick appears in some estates but not others, which leaves researchers uncertain about how widespread it was. Still, it feels ingenious. You watch the hens shuffle toward the warmth, their feathers puffing out like tiny winter coats. Outside, the wind sharpens again. Your cloak flaps in the cold air. You follow a small path toward the sheep pasture. Snow crunches underfoot, and you hear the soft bleating of the flock before you reach them. The shepherd stands at the edge of the pasture, wrapped in a heavy hooded cloak. His breath drifts across the air like pale smoke. The sheep cluster tightly together, moving slowly in a woolly mass. Their thick coats act as natural insulation, but their hooves slip on the icy ground. The shepherd taps his staff gently to guide them toward a small shelter built from woven branches and packed twigs. He tells you that the cold months transform the sheep into fat, walking blankets. Their wool thickens, creating a deep layer of protection, yet they still need shelter from wind and wet weather. Inside the simple hut, the warmth from their bodies builds quickly. You step inside for a moment and feel how much warmer it is than the open pasture. The shepherd mentions, almost casually, that some medieval communities believed sheep could predict storms based on how tightly they huddled. Whether this belief grew from observation or superstition remains an unresolved question among those who study rural traditions, but watching the sheep now, pressed so close together, you find the idea strangely convincing. As you leave the pasture, you notice a small trough filled with water. The top layer has frozen. The shepherd breaks it with his staff, letting the water beneath shimmer in the pale light. This simple act must be repeated several times a day. Without access to liquid water, animals weaken quickly. Each chore, no matter how repetitive, carries immense importance. The morning deepens. Smoke rises from distant chimneys. Bells jingle faintly as someone moves a harness. Dogs bark and run in circles, thrilled to be outdoors despite the cold. You hear the rhythmic scraping of someone shoveling ice away from a barn door. Winter farm work is loud in its own quiet way, filled with sounds of breathing, footsteps, and tools cutting through frost. You pause for a moment, letting the cold sink into your bones just enough to remember that this is the medieval reality. People and animals depend on each other. The warmth inside a barn or coop is a shared creation. Life persists because humans rise each morning to battle the cold with straw, blankets, warm feed, and persistence. You look back one last time at the pens and shelters behind you. Despite the frost, despite the wind, despite the endless demands of winter, the animals stand steady, breathing warmth into the frozen air. Their presence is more than practical. It is a reminder that survival is a shared effort, woven from care and companionship. You turn toward the village again, feeling a new respect for these creatures and the people who tend them in the harshest months of the year. You walk away from the livestock pens, your boots crunching through thin shards of frost that crackle like tiny broken shells under each step. The cold clings to you more stubbornly now. Maybe it is the stillness of the morning or the pale grey sky pressing low against the village roofs, but something in the air feels heavier. Today you learn one of the hardest truths of medieval winter life. Food scarcity was not a possibility, but a quiet, persistent threat that shadowed every household from the first frost until the first buds of spring. A faint smell of simmering broth drifts from the nearest cottage, and your stomach reacts immediately, tightening with curiosity and hunger. You follow the scent and step inside. A woman stirs a pot of pottage that resembles a thick, beige slurry. According to descriptions found in several detailed monastic kitchen records, pottage was the backbone of winter meals, a dish that changed flavor daily depending on whatever ingredients still remained in the pantry. Today, the pot holds barley, cabbage, a few slivers of carrot, and a small bone that has been boiled so many times its usefulness is more symbolic than nutritional. You crouch beside the fire, watching the mixture bubble slowly. The woman gives you a small ladleful. It tastes simple, filling, and faintly smoky. Not delicious, but comforting in its own earthy way. She nods with satisfaction, explaining that the real challenge is making supplies last until spring. Her eyes drift to the corner of the room where several clay jars sit sealed with wax. Some hold dried beans, others contain salted greens. One jar rests on its side, nearly empty. She frowns. That jar will have to last another 2 months. She leads you to her storage area, a cramped corner built beneath the stairs. Inside are baskets lined with cloth. A few contain root vegetables shriveled and softened by time. You touch a turnip and feel how fragile it has become. A widely referenced agricultural note from the 14th century mentions that some families rotated their stored vegetables every week to check for spoilage, for one rotting piece could turn an entire basket useless. You tilt your head as she lifts each vegetable, examining it with a mix of hope and resignation. Outside, a man carries a wooden bowl filled with hard, dark bread. The bread is so dense that knocking on its surface produces a faint, hollow sound. He explains with a tired smile that the bread was baked weeks ago, intentionally dehydrated to store longer. To eat it, people must soak it in broth or dip it into hot ale. You take a small piece and try to break it between your fingers. It barely yields. You imagine trying to chew it without softening it first, and understand instantly why so many medieval jokes mention cracked teeth. Near the center of the settlement, a group of villagers sort through their communal grain reserves. They work in silence, their faces tense with focus. Grain is weighed, measured, and tallied on a piece of wood marked with charcoal. A man taps the board with his finger, calculating whether the remaining supply can stretch through the coldest months. A woman beside him wraps her shawl tighter and sighs. According to evidence gathered from several estate audits of the era, villages often underestimated how quickly grain disappeared in winter, especially if livestock required extra feed or if weather patterns disrupted milling. A small girl approaches carrying a handful of dried peas. She offers them to her mother, who drops them carefully into a basket. The child asks if they can cook a stew tonight, and the mother hesitates before answering softly that they should save the peas for a colder day. The delicate pause between them carries more weight than the peas themselves. Food decisions in winter are emotional as much as practical. You walk toward another household where a man is carefully scraping mold from a piece of cheese. He works slowly, turning the cheese wheel to examine its edges. He notices your curious look and explains that as long as the mold has not penetrated deeply, the cheese can still be eaten. This practice appears in several domestic writings from the time, though people often differed in how cautious or bold they were about consuming aging food. The man slices off a clean piece and offers it to you. The flavor is sharp and salty, almost pungent, but you understand why it is treasured. A few steps away, an older woman sits near her doorway, shelling dried beans with brittle fingers. She hums quietly, her breath forming faint white plumes. She tells you that beans are dependable winter companions because they store well, yet even they must be rationed. She pauses her work to share a small detail passed through her family. Her grandmother always placed a single dried apple slice into the bean pot on special days, believing it encouraged good fortune. Whether the apple truly mattered or simply added a faint sweetness, she cannot say, and neither can the historians who note similar traditions in scattered sources. You smile as she drops a bean into her basket, her rhythm steady and reassuring. You travel to the village edge where a man chops frozen meat with a heavy knife. The meat is solid as stone. He must strike it repeatedly to break off usable pieces. He explains that this is the last of the autumn hunt, preserved in cold air and salt. His breath fogs the air as he works. A few dogs circle nearby, noses twitching with hope. The man laughs softly and tosses them tiny scraps, knowing they too need strength to face the cold. The dogs wag their tails, their joy adding a rare bit of warmth to the icy morning. Further down the path, you enter a cottage where dried fish hang from the ceiling like strange winter decorations. The smoky fragrance fills the room. A young woman takes one fish from the rack and breaks it in half. It cracks with a brittle snap. She tells you that scenes like this appear often in coastal household accounts. Fish dried or smoked during autumn provided crucial protein in winter. She places the pieces into a pot of boiling water, letting the softened aroma rise. Outside again, the cold stings your nose. Snow begins to fall, thin and hesitant. The flakes land on your cloak and melt immediately, turning into tiny droplets. You watch a group of children gathering near the well. They hold small bowls of broth, their breaths forming soft clouds as they sip slowly. Their laughter rises briefly but then quiets as they focus on their precious warm meal. A man approaches carrying a jar of honey. The jar is half empty, and he holds it as carefully as if it were gold. He explains that honey provides energy and warmth in winter, but supplies were always limited. He lifts the lid and lets you inhale the sweet scent. It tastes like sunlight and summer, a rare reminder of seasons beyond the cold. You imagine how comforting it must be on the darkest days. As you move toward another cottage, you see a row of people gathered around a table sorting dried herbs. There are only small amounts left. Thyme, sage, and mint lie in thin piles. They discuss which herbs to save for illnesses and which to use in cooking. A woman sighs and mentions that last year they ran out too early, and she hopes to avoid that fate again. Decisions like these reflect daily winter strategy, shaped by scarcity and caution. You step aside to let a man carrying a small sack pass. The sack is light, nearly empty. He is going to his neighbor to trade for a few handfuls of flour. His face carries a mix of determination and worry. Trading in winter is delicate. Every household protects its supply, yet cooperation can mean the difference between hunger and survival. The sky darkens again, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. You realize how quickly daylight passes in winter and how little time families have to complete tasks before night returns. The wind sharpens, carrying a bite that warns of colder days ahead. You pause near the granary, listening to the quiet tapping of a woman recording grain amounts on a wooden tally. Her movements are slow and careful. Her breath hangs in the air before fading. As you watch her work, you feel a deep sense of the anxiety that hung over medieval households during winter. They controlled what they could, but much depended on weather, luck, and the precision of their rationing. Food scarcity is not loud. It is not dramatic. It settles over a village like the cold itself, creeping into every decision, every meal, every hope for spring. You walk slowly, absorbing the weight of that truth. The stew pots, the dried fish, the root vegetables, the brittle bread, the honey jar with its precious sweetness. They are all puzzle pieces in the long, quiet struggle against hunger. You close your cloak around yourself, feeling the cold nudge against your ribs, and continue walking through the village that survives each winter day by careful planning, shared effort, and a quiet determination that never truly rests. You follow the narrow path toward the heart of the settlement, where the sound of voices rises softly through the cold air. The sky has dimmed again, settling into one of those grey winter afternoons that feel suspended between day and night. A faint glow flickers ahead. Lamps, torches, and small hearths burn near the temporary stalls that transform the village centre into a modest winter market. Even in the coldest months, people gather to trade, barter, and share whatever they can spare. Winter presses communities together in ways that no other season does. As you step closer, the atmosphere shifts. The sharp bite of cold remains, but now it mingles with warmer scents. Smoke, roasted grains, and hints of warm ale drift through the air. Your stomach tightens slightly at the mingled aromas. According to several detailed accounts preserved in manorial records, winter markets served as lifelines for medieval villages. They were places to exchange essentials, replenish supplies that had run low, and lean on neighbours in quiet acts of cooperation. The first stall you approach is little more than a wooden table covered with a wool blanket. A woman stands behind it, offering small bundles of dried herbs neatly tied with twine. Mint, sage, and thyme are wrapped in tidy bunches. She greets you with a warm smile, though her breath still clouds the air with every word she speaks. She explains that herbs lose potency over the winter months, so selling them early helps ensure families can still flavour their food or treat simple ailments. She lifts a tiny pouch filled with powdered rosemary and says it is her last one. You take a sniff and catch a sharp, clean scent that lingers in the back of your throat. At the next stall, a man offers small candles moulded from tallow. Their pale, bumpy surfaces reveal the humble materials used to make them. The flames flickering on nearby candles give off a faint, greasy smell. You ask him how many candles a family might use during winter. He laughs softly and says, as few as possible. Light is a luxury. Families ration it carefully. Some historians who study domestic practices suggest that people planned evening routines around the limited amount of light available, choosing tasks that could be done by fire glow alone. The man hands you a candle to feel its weight. It is heavier than you expect, thick and slightly warm from being stored near a fire. Children run past you, wrapped in layers of mismatched clothing. One carries a small wooden toy shaped like a horse. The toy looks lovingly worn, with blunt edges softened by years of use. A woman standing nearby tells you that craftsmen sometimes made simple toys to sell during winter markets, small comforts for children, enduring long dark nights. She lifts a tiny rattle made from a hollow gourd filled with dry peas. It shakes with a soft, rhythmic sound. Such toys appear in scattered archaeological finds, though experts still debate how common they were. The air grows livelier as more villagers gather. A group sets up a barrel filled with warm cider. Steam curls upward, carrying a sweet, spiced aroma that blends perfectly with the cold air. You accept a small wooden cup and wrap your hands around it. The warmth seeps into your palms almost instantly. The first sip is sweet and comforting, warming you from the inside out. You overhear someone joke that cider is the only drink that tastes better in winter than in summer. Laughter ripples around the barrel, soft but genuine. Moving along the row of simple stalls, you notice a small platform where a man displays carved wooden spoons, ladles, and bowls. He works with a knife even now, carving the smooth curve of a bowl as he talks. Wood shavings scatter across his feet like curled petals. He explains that he uses leftover pieces from firewood bundles, making use of scraps to create household items. A detail mentioned in a few guild notes from the period suggests that winter markets encourage such practical craftsmanship, allowing villagers to trade tools made during long nights indoors. Next, you approach a stall where a young woman sells woolen mittens and hats. The items are thick and richly textured. She invites you to touch one of the knitted caps. The wool feels dense and warm, much softer than some of the coarse garments you have handled in other cottages. She explains that these were made from the wool of her youngest sheep, which produces a finer fibre. Her mother dyed the wool using a mixture of berries collected before the frost. The colour is a deep, warm brown with hints of red. She beams proudly as she talks about the craft. Her breath floats around her face like a soft halo. A small commotion catches your attention near a wooden bench. Several villagers have gathered to watch a skilled baker unwrap a basket filled with early winter treats. He reveals small round cakes sweetened with honey and flavoured with dried fruit. The scent is irresistible. Dried apples and bits of currant soften the otherwise hearty dough. These cakes represent a rare luxury in winter, when sugar and fruit are scarce. People lean in, eager for a taste. The baker laughs, sharing tiny samples. The sweetness spreads through your mouth like a sudden burst of summer. You continue walking and come across a man offering small bundles of firewood. The pieces are chopped into neat lengths, tied together with rope. He explains that some families can spare only a few bundles, but even those small contributions matter. Winter markets often serve as informal safety nets. A widow might receive an extra handful of wood without paying. A sick neighbour might leave with a loaf of bread gifted quietly. While written records seldom capture such gestures, local oral traditions suggest that winter markets were not merely economic events, but acts of community resilience. A pair of musicians sits near the central fire pit. One plays a small drum, tapping with a gentle rhythm that echoes softly through the cold air. The other tunes a lyre, its notes delicate and bright. Their music drifts upward like a warm ribbon. People gather around them, tapping their feet, smiling, letting the sound brighten the afternoon. Winter often restricted outdoor festivities, yet small gatherings like this sustained morale. The man playing the lyre tells you that music helps keep the cold from slipping into the heart. His tone is playful, but his eyes hold a sincerity that resonates with you. As the day darkens, the market becomes even more welcoming. Lamps flicker, fires crackle, people draw closer together, sharing warmth and conversation. You watch as two villagers exchange goods with a simple handshake. One gives a small sack of oats, the other hands over a smoked fish. No coin changes hands. Trade in winter often involves barter, shaped not by greed but by need. A woman approaches carrying a large pot. Inside is a rich broth made from leftover bones, root vegetables, and herbs. She ladles servings into clay cups and offers them to anyone who passes by. You accept one, and the aroma hits you immediately. Savoury, warm, deeply comforting. She explains that such communal meals are a tradition in her family. In winter, sharing food honours the idea that survival belongs to everyone, not just a single household. Nearby, you find an elderly man bundled in layers of wool. He sells small charms carved from bone and wood. One is shaped like a tiny bird. Another resembles a star. He tells you these charms are meant to bring luck during winter. Some villagers buy them for children. Others tie them to the handles of their tools. He shares one curious piece of oral tradition. If you carry a charm shaped like a bird, it encourages the return of spring birds sooner. Whether this belief holds truth or simply comforts weary hearts remains uncertain, but the charm rests warmly in his weathered palm. As the sky grows darker, snow begins to fall in soft, lazy flakes. The market hums with quiet activity. People linger near fires, talking softly, their faces illuminated by shifting light. A young boy wanders past carrying a basket of eggs. He calls out to see if anyone wants to trade. A man exchanges a small piece of wool cloth for 2 eggs. Others smile gently, watching the simple interaction. The falling snow softens every sound. The world feels hushed, tender. The cold is still sharp on your cheeks, but the warmth of the market gathers around you like a gentle embrace. You sense that winter markets are more than survival strategies. They are moments of emotional refuge, places where people remind each other that they are not alone. You take one last look at the flickering lights, the gathered neighbors, the singing musicians, the scent of warm food drifting through the icy air. Then you step away, carrying their quiet togetherness with you, letting the memory warm you as you continue through the deepening winter night. You move quietly away from the fading glow of the winter market, stepping into the gentler hush that settles over the outskirts of the village. The sky has shifted to a muted blue, almost washed of color, and the air feels as still as a held breath. Ahead of you rises a low stone wall, followed by the sturdy silhouette of a monastic complex. The monastery stands solid against the winter cold, its thick walls and quiet courtyards forming a world that feels both apart from and deeply tied to the lives of the villagers. Today you slip into that world to see how monks manage their winters with a mixture of devotion, discipline, and unexpected practicality. You approach the gatehouse, where a single lamp burns with a faint golden glow. The flame flickers behind a layer of oily parchment used to shield it from wind. As you pass through the wooden gate, the change in atmosphere is immediate. Sound softens, movement slows. Snow rests undisturbed in the courtyard, except for a narrow path of footprints pressed into it. According to several detailed accounts left behind in monastic rules and daily schedules, monasteries operated with calm consistency even in the coldest months. Rituals did not pause for weather. Duties did not loosen their grip because of frost. The first building you enter feels warmer than you expect. Not cozy, but warmer. The walls are thick, built of stone, fitted so tightly that drafts struggle to sneak in. You brush your fingers along the cold, smooth surface and hear the faint echo of your shoes tapping the floor. A monk, in a long wool robe, greets you with a gentle nod. His robe is simple, undyed, but thick enough to shield him from the cold. The cloth sways around his legs as he walks, and the faint scent of incense trails behind him. He leads you toward the cloister walk. The covered passage curves around a small garden now sleeping under a blanket of snow. The garden beds lie still, protected by straw mats. A few evergreen shrubs stand like silent guardians. The monk explains that even in winter, the garden must be checked daily for signs of damage, because some herbs and plants buried beneath straw are precious and rare. Certain medicinal plants appear in monastic herbal manuscripts as vital for treating illness, yet they survive winter only with careful tending. You follow him into the warming room, one of the few places where monks are allowed a fire apart from the kitchen. As you step inside, you feel a welcome wave of gentle heat. A small fire burns steadily in a stone hearth, its flames contained and controlled. The room smells faintly of dried herbs and warm wool. A group of monks sits quietly along wooden benches, rubbing their hands or reading by the soft light. A widely cited monastic rule from the period notes that fires were used with caution to avoid waste. Each log had a purpose, and each flame was a privilege, not a guarantee. You watch as a monk carefully adds a single piece of wood, positioning it with slow, deliberate precision. A novice sits nearby, mending a robe. His fingers move smoothly, stitching small tears caused by cold mornings and heavy work. He glances up and smiles shyly before returning to his task. The rhythm of sewing pairs perfectly with the soft crackle of the fire. You imagine how comforting this room must feel after hours of work outdoors. You move next to the refectory, where the monks share their meals. The room is long and rectangular, lit by narrow windows that let in only the faintest winter light. The tables are simple, worn smooth by decades of hands resting on them. You run your palm along one table and feel the coolness of the wood. A faint aroma of barley bread lingers in the air. Monks file in quietly, each carrying a wooden bowl. A broth is ladled into their bowls by two brothers who work with practiced coordination. One bowl is offered to you. The broth is mild, flavored with a few leeks and herbs. According to surviving kitchen accounts from several monasteries, winter meals were humble but steady. Bread, pottage, and small amounts of fish or vegetables formed the core of the diet. You swallow a spoonful and feel the warmth spread through your chest. It is simple, filling, and oddly soothing. The monk sitting beside you leans in and tells you about a long-standing belief preserved in several monastic commentaries. He says some brothers felt that warm meals during winter aided not only the body but the soul, helping maintain clarity in prayer. Whether this belief springs from religious reasoning or from the obvious comfort a warm meal brings is something scholars continue to reflect on. Regardless, the idea feels right as you sip the broth in the quiet hall. After the meal, you follow the monks into the scriptorum. The moment you enter, the cold air returns. This room is barely heated to protect parchment and ink from damage. You feel it immediately in your fingertips, yet the space glows with determination. Several monks sit at long desks, copying texts or illuminating manuscripts. The faint scraping of quills fills the air in an almost musical rhythm. You approach a desk where a monk paints delicate patterns in red and gold. His brush moves gently, despite the chill stiffening the air around him. He tells you that winter slows the ink, thickens it, and makes writing more difficult. According to preserved notes from scribes, some even warmed their hands over small lamps before returning to work. You watch as he pauses to breathe on his fingers, then continues, steady as before. The window beside him hums faintly with wind pushing against it, yet he does not flinch. Winter here is not resisted so much as accepted and worked around. Next, you step into the dormitory. The room is large but sparse. Wooden beds lined with straw and wool blankets sit in neat rows. The air is cold enough to make your breath visible. A monk explains softly that the cold is meant to encourage discipline. Sleeping in chilled rooms was seen as beneficial for humility and spiritual resilience. Such practices appear in various monastic guidelines. Yet even within that discipline, monks shared tips. One rather charming detail found in a few preserved personal notes reveals that some monks secretly warmed stones under their robes before going to bed, calling them small gifts against the cold. You smile at the thought of such quiet rebellion. The monk guiding you gestures toward a narrow stairway leading to the bell tower. You climb it carefully. The wind slips through the stone arches as you reach the top. The vast winter countryside stretches below, fields covered with frost, trees etched with ice. The bell hangs silently, waiting for the next hour to be announced. The cold here is fierce, but the view is serene. The monk explains that the bell schedule continues year-round because prayer does not bend to weather. His voice is calm, steady, shaped by routine. You descend again, passing through the cloister one more time. The snow in the central garden glitters faintly as light finally returns. The monks walk slowly, robes swaying, breaths forming small clouds. Everything feels methodical, measured, peaceful. As you step back through the gatehouse and into the open air, the winter wind rushes toward you, yet you feel steadier after witnessing the quiet discipline inside the monastery. Within those stone walls, warmth is not merely heat, it is structure, purpose, and community woven through prayer and daily practice. You pull your cloak close, carrying the calm of the cloisters with you as you walk back toward the village, ready to face the next chapter of winter survival. You leave the quiet discipline of the monastery behind and step once more into the open winter air. The cold settles on your skin like a thin coat of glass, and every breath feels heavier than the last. Ahead of you rises a very different world, one carved not from prayer and routine but from wealth, hierarchy, and sheer architectural ambition. The castle looms at the top of a hill, its stone walls pale against the snowy landscape. Even from a distance, you can see how the structure seems both powerful and weary, as if centuries of cold winds have pressed themselves into every crack of the masonry. Your boots crunch on the frozen path as you climb toward the entrance. The drawbridge is lowered today, stiff with frost but still passable. Two guards stand near the gatehouse. Their cloaks whip in the wind, and their cheeks glow red with cold. One of them greets you with a tired nod before motioning for you to pass. As you step through the gate, the change in atmosphere is immediate. The air feels a little warmer, not because of actual heat, but because the stone walls block the worst of the wind. You wander into the outer bailey, where a small group of workers tends to winter chores. A blacksmith hammers a horseshoe against an anvil, the clang echoing through the courtyard like a harsh metallic heartbeat. A stable hand rushes past, carrying a bucket of warm mash for the horses. The animals shiver under their blankets, snorting small clouds of steam. According to several detailed accounts from castle inventories and household rolls, the winter workload for servants intensified rather than eased. Drafty halls, cold towers, and massive kitchens demanded constant labor to prevent the castle from becoming a frozen fortress that consumed its own inhabitants. You move toward the Great Hall, the heart of noble life during the colder months. As you push the heavy wooden door open, a wave of warmer air brushes against your face. It is not cozy warmth, but it is far better than the courtyard. The hall stretches before you, a vast cavern of stone, wood, and flickering firelight. A large hearth dominates one end of the room, flames climbing eagerly up the chimney. Several servants feed it with massive logs that look like entire tree trunks split in half. A widely cited observation from travelers who visited medieval courts notes that even large fires struggled to warm these stone halls completely. Heat rose toward the high roof beams, leaving the floor areas cold enough to numb the toes. You step closer to the fire. The flames glow bright orange, casting long shadows across thick tapestries that line the walls. These tapestries depict hunting scenes, battles, and mythic creatures. Their colors are faded in places, but they still add a layer of insulation to the cold stone beneath. You rest your hand on one. The fabric feels rough, yet warm from the fire's proximity. A servant tells you that tapestries were not only decorative but vital for reducing drafts. A few scholars who study castle architecture have noted that some tapestries were so heavy they required several people to hang them each winter. Nobles gather near the hearth, wrapped in fine wool cloaks trimmed with fur. Their clothing is richer and softer than anything worn in the village. Layers of velvet, dyed fabrics, and carefully tailored garments stand out against the muted tones of the room. Despite the luxury, their breaths still appear faintly in the air. A young noblewoman laughs softly, rubbing her hands together near the fire. She complains that the castle never warms completely, no matter how many fires are lit. Her companion agrees and jokes that stone walls feel colder than the winter sky outside. Servants rush back and forth carrying trays and pitchers. You see bread being sliced, cheese being plated, and a pot of spiced wine being poured into tall goblets. The scent of cloves, cinnamon, and warmed wine drifts through the room like a fragrant blanket. A man explains that spiced wine is a winter tradition in many noble households. It warms the stomach and lifts the spirit. He hands you a small cup, and the first sip fills your chest with a pleasant heat. At the opposite end of the hall, musicians tune their instruments. A harp, a drum, and a small flute come together to create a gentle melody. The sound echoes beautifully in the high space. Music in winter is not just entertainment, but a way to create emotional warmth in places where physical warmth falters. You find yourself standing very still, listening, feeling the notes, soften the sharpness of the cold around you. You walk deeper into the castle, following a servant who offers to show you the private chambers. The steps climb in a tight spiral. As you ascend, the air grows colder again. Your breath leaves a faint trail behind you. The stone walls feel icy beneath your fingertips when you steady yourself on the railing. According to building records preserved from several large estates, spiral staircases often acted like chimneys, pulling cold air downward and scattering warmth unevenly through the tower rooms. In the first chamber you enter, a nobleman sits on a cushioned bench wrapped in a robe trimmed with fox fur. A brazier filled with glowing coals stands nearby. The heat it produces is gentle but steady. He gestures toward a window shuttered with heavy wooden boards. Frost clings to the edges. He tells you that winter seeps through every crack, no matter how many cloths, cushions, or tapestries are pressed into the gaps. He points to a colorful piece of cloth stuffed between two stones. The cloth shows signs of repeated use. He laughs and says that despite wealth, even nobles must battle drafts like anyone else. He lifts a small pouch filled with dried lavender. He explains that placing lavender near bedding softens the scent of wool and helps with rest during long winter nights. This detail appears in a handful of domestic records. Researchers sometimes debate whether such aromatic practices were widespread or limited to wealthier households, but the idea feels believable as you inhale the gentle herbal scent. You continue exploring. A servant opens a door to another room where a large bed sits piled with plush blankets and thick quilts. The fabrics shimmer slightly, dyed rich shades of crimson and deep blue. You run your hand across the surface and feel how heavy the blankets are. The servant explains that noble families enjoyed bedding stuffed with feathers, wool, or even down from waterfowl. Such comforts were unavailable to most common folk, yet even these luxurious beds could not always banish the cold that crept through stone walls. The servant mentions a curious detail preserved in a few castle accounts. Some families placed heated stones inside metal caskets that were tucked beneath the blankets. Others used small iron pans filled with embers to warm the bed moments before lying down. You imagine the relief such warmth must provide on icy nights. You also imagine the caution required to avoid setting the blankets on fire. You follow the servant into the solar, a smaller, more private room designed to catch sunlight during the day. Even in winter, the light here feels softer. The room holds a table covered with parchment, ink pots, and a few scattered letters. A noblewoman sits nearby embroidering a cloth. Her fingers move gracefully despite the cold. She smiles at you and explains that winter is the perfect season for embroidery. It keeps the hands busy and the mind calm. The warmth from a nearby brazier helps too, though it does not reach very far. She shows you her embroidery, a pattern of vines and birds. The details are astonishing. She mentions that winter often inspired creativity because people spent more time indoors. Some specialists in medieval arts have suggested that long winter nights contributed to the development of fine needlework, illuminated manuscripts, and other intricate crafts. The noblewoman seems amused by this idea, but her smile reveals a quiet pride. You step back into the hallway, feeling the cold press gently against your skin. You descend the stairs again, the air swirling around you. When you return to the great hall, the fire burns brighter. The musicians play a lively tune. Servants bring out fresh bread and roasted nuts. Laughter rises into the rafters. Despite the cold clinging to every stone surface, the hall glows with life and warmth, born not only from fire, but from shared company. As you step back outside into the fading light, snow begins to fall again in slow drifting spirals. You look up at the castle, its towers outlined against the pale sky. Stone may be cold, but life inside those walls defies winter with music, fire, and human presence. Rich or poor, every person in this world must find ways to outsmart the cold. Nobles just do it with a little more fur and a little more ceremony. You pull your cloak close and walk back down the hill, ready to continue your journey through winter's many faces. You walk slowly down the snowy hill as the castle fades behind you, its music and warmth lingering in your thoughts, like the last embers of a dying fire. The sky deepens into a soft violet as evening approaches, and the wind carries the promise of an even colder night. Ahead of you, tucked between clusters of cottages, a dim golden glow spills through small, shuttered windows. The sound of muffled laughter drifts into the frigid air. You move toward it with instinctive eagerness. Tonight you step into a place that becomes a lifeline for many during the cold months, the medieval tavern. The wooden door creaks loudly when you push it open. Warmth rolls out at you, not fierce like a great hall hearth, but deep and steady, the kind that settles into your clothes and loosens your shoulders almost instantly. The air smells of wood smoke, wet wool drying by the fire, roasted barley, and a hint of something sour that probably comes from fermented ale. A wave of chatter meets your ears. The sound is low, cozy, and threaded with laughter that rises occasionally like sparks from the central hearth. As you step inside, you notice the uneven wooden beams above you, darkened by smoke and age. Near the hearth, two large cauldrons hang from heavy iron hooks. One holds a steaming broth, the other contains mulled ale that fills the room with a sweet and spiced aroma. According to descriptions found in a variety of hospitality records from the period, taverns often served as social refuges during winter, offering warmth, food, and company to travelers and locals alike. You feel that truth immediately. The room pulses with life. A group of villagers sits huddled on a bench near the fire. Their cheeks are flushed from warmth and drink. One man lifts his cup and greets you with a grin. His voice carries the easy friendliness of someone who has already settled comfortably into the evening. A woman beside him pats the bench, inviting you to sit. You take the place gratefully, extending your hands toward the fire. The heat sinks delightfully into your stiff fingers. A tavern maid appears at your side. She sets down a wooden cup filled with warm ale. Steam rises from its surface. You lift it, feeling the heat soak into your palms. The first sip tastes earthy and spiced, with notes of honey that linger on your tongue. Her smile reveals a hint of pride. She tells you that the ale is brewed with cinnamon and dried orange peel, ingredients not easy to come by in winter. She mentions quietly that small luxuries like this help keep spirits lively when the nights grow long. Your eyes travel across the room. People sit at rough wooden tables, some sharing roasted nuts or small loaves of bread. Others lean in close, whispering stories or gossip. A pair of travellers in thick cloaks warm their feet near the fire, their boots steaming faintly. One removes a glove and flexes his fingers with a sigh of relief. In many surviving travel journals, winter journeys are described as punishing, yet taverns offered pockets of comfort, scattered like safe harbours across the landscape. In one corner, a man with a battered lute plucks a slow, wandering melody. His notes float above the conversations, softening the air like a wool blanket draped over the room. You listen, letting the music slip into your thoughts. A woman joins in with a quiet humming. Her voice blends with the lute, creating a gentle harmony that calms the busy room. Nearby, two men debate something in low but animated voices. You inch closer out of curiosity. They are discussing an old story about a baker who once survived an entire winter eating nothing but stale rye bread and onions. One insists the story is true, claiming it came from his grandfather. The other laughs, saying even the most resilient stomach could not endure that diet for long. This kind of light-hearted argument appears often in winter gatherings, according to several collections of oral tales recorded centuries later. Food stories, survival tales, and humorous exaggerations helped pass long nights when real worries pressed too close. A tavern keeper emerges from behind the bar, wiping his hands on a cloth. He laughs deeply at something a patron says before turning to greet you. He offers a piece of warm barley bread. You accept it and tear off a bite. The crust is firm, but the inside is pleasantly soft. He tells you that winter makes bread baking tricky. The dough rises slowly in the cold, so bakers sometimes place it near the hearth or wrap it in cloth to encourage fermentation. This detail shows up in a handful of practical notes written by medieval bakers, revealing how small adjustments shaped daily routines. The tavern keeper leans on the bar for a moment, watching the room with a fond expression. He tells you that winter is his busiest season. People come here not only to drink or warm themselves, but to be reminded that they are part of a community. His eyes soften as he gestures toward an elderly woman laughing with two young men. They listen attentively as she shares a tale from her youth, her hands moving animatedly. You notice how the room brightens whenever she speaks, her voice rising above the crackling fire. A curious scent drifts from the kitchen. You wander toward the narrow doorway and peek inside. A large pot sits on the hearthstones. Inside, a mixture of root vegetables bubbles gently. A young cook stirs the pot and adds a pinch of dried herbs. He explains that even taverns must stretch ingredients carefully in winter. Many cooks relied on clever tricks, such as thickening soups with ground oats or flavoring stews with dried fruit. This type of resourcefulness appears in several surviving recipe manuscripts, though the details vary widely. He offers you a small spoonful of the stew. It tastes hearty and comforting, with hints of parsnip and sage. You thank him, savouring the warmth spreading through your chest. Returning to the main room, you notice a group of men between their mugs of ale beginning to tell stories. One recounts an eerie winter legend about ghostly figures wandering the fields at night. He claims that if you see one, you must toss a piece of bread into the air to distract it. Another man shakes his head and counters with a different version, where you must whistle softly to ward off misfortune. These strange tales appear in several regional collections of folklore, though people often disagree on their origins. You listen, amused at how confident each storyteller is in his version. A young couple sits near the door, their heads close together. They share a cup of warm cider, occasionally laughing at something whispered. The tavern keeper glances at them and chuckles softly. He says that winter brings people together in unexpected ways. Many courtships began over shared mugs during long evenings like this. Whether he speaks from observation or from tales passed through generations, you cannot tell, but his words feel warm and true. A group of travellers at the far table examines a crude map. Their faces appear tense. One explains that they must cross a frozen river tomorrow, and the weather looks dangerous. Another points to a safer route that adds days to the journey. Decisions like these were common topics in medieval taverns, where travellers exchanged news and advice, drawn from personal experience. Several travel documents from the period suggest that taverns served as informal news hubs, where information flowed more freely than in any official record. You return to your seat near the fire. A man beside you tells a small detail he learned from his father. He says some villagers place a small piece of iron near their doorway in winter to protect against illness. Whether this belief grew from superstition or from practical observation remains unclear, but the man speaks with quiet conviction. You nod, sensing that winter encourages both caution and creativity. The fire dims slightly, and someone adds a fresh log. Sparks jump in the air. The room brightens again. You hear the low hum of conversations folding into each other. The lute player shifts into a new tune. Laughter bursts near the bar. A dog curled near the hearth thumps its tail against the floor, half asleep. You close your eyes for a moment and let the warmth settle deeply into your bones. Outside, winter waits with its silent fields and icy winds, but inside this tavern, people create their own weather. Warm drinks, glowing fires, shared stories, soft music, and companionship weave together into a shield against the cold. Eventually you rise, tightening your cloak around your shoulders. As you step outside, the cold rushes at you with a harsh greeting. The tavern door shuts behind you, muffling the sound of laughter. Ahead, the night is dark and crisp. Your breath hangs in the air once more, yet the warmth of the tavern lingers inside you, glowing softly like an inner ember. You walk on, ready to continue your winter journey through this medieval world. You walk through the quiet village streets with the tavern's warmth still clinging to you like a faint memory. Snow falls in slow, drifting flakes, settling on rooftops and cloaks alike. The wind whistles softly along the narrow lanes, weaving its way between cottages. As night deepens, an unmistakable shift takes place. People hurry indoors, shutters close, lamps dim. It is during these long winter nights that you begin to notice the subtle whispers of medieval belief, the rituals and superstitions that people relied on when nature felt far too powerful to face alone. You step into a small cottage where a family gathers around a low wooden table. The fire glows in the hearth, casting golden circles of light on the walls. A woman sits near the fire, gently tossing dried herbs into the flames. The herbs crackle sharply as they burn, filling the room with a sweet, earthy scent. She explains that this nightly ritual is meant to cleanse the air and protect the household from illness. Such customs appear in writings left by early chroniclers, who observed similar practices across many rural communities. A young boy leans forward eagerly and tells you that his grandmother insists the herb smoke keeps unfriendly spirits away. His eyes widen as he glances toward the dark corners of the room. The grandmother chuckles softly, insisting that winter nights open small doors for wandering mischief. Whether her belief stems from tradition or personal experience is something no written document can answer clearly, yet the conviction in her voice makes the air feel thicker, almost electric. As the flames dance higher, a man pulls out a small wooden charm carved into the shape of a bird. He hangs it above the doorway with a simple piece of twine. He explains that this charm encourages good fortune and helps guide friendly spirits into the home. According to several collections of regional folklore, charms like these often represented birds, stars, or tiny human figures, each with a different meaning. Villagers believed that symbols connected to nature could balance unseen forces during the harshest months. You sit near the hearth, watching the shadows move across the walls. The fire snaps loudly and then settles again. A young girl, her hair braided neatly, hands you a small pouch filled with salt. She whispers that the pouch must stay near the window. Salt, she says, keeps winter sickness from entering the house. You run your fingers over the pouch. The rough cloth feels warm from her hands. While scientific explanations did not exist for such beliefs, traces of salt rituals appear in household notes from several regions, suggesting that the idea traveled far across cultures. The mother of the family now lights a small tallow lamp. She carries it carefully to the back door and lets the flame burn there for a few minutes before blowing it out. This act, she tells you, invites the protection of friendly ancestors. She adds that some people place breadcrumbs or drops of ale outside as small offerings. You glance at the step and notice a tiny circle of crumbs already resting on the snow. It is a simple gesture, but she explains that honoring the dead was a way to feel guarded by unseen hands during the darkest time of year. Outside, the wind picks up, pushing a soft wail through the cracks in the shutters. A few children gasp quietly, and one presses closer to his mother. The sound carries an eerie quality, rising and falling like the call of something wandering across the frozen fields. A man near the hearth murmurs that this is the season when odd noises slip through the night. He recalls a tale from his youth about a traveller who claimed to follow a light across a snowy meadow, only to discover the next morning that he had walked in a perfect circle. People in the room nod knowingly. Some attribute such stories to trickster spirits. Others blame winter's tricks of sound and shadow. A few historians who have studied oral traditions suggest these tales served as warnings about the dangers of wandering at night in the snow. A woman at the table begins telling a local legend about frost spirits that roam during the coldest nights. She explains that if one stands quietly near a closed window, you might hear a faint tapping. That is the spirit, she says, searching for cracks to slip through. One must keep the shutters sealed tightly, or risk letting in bad luck. The story blends fear, humor, and mystery, leaving everyone listening with a mix of curiosity and caution. Such winter spirits appear across multiple regions in medieval storytelling, though the details shift from place to place. Some experts believe these tales help children remember to close shutters and conserve warmth, while others see them as remnants of even older traditions. You lean back and watch as the grandmother sprinkles dried lavender near the corners of the room. She says the scent encourages peaceful dreams and keeps nightmares at bay. Lavender was indeed prized in medieval herb lore, often associated with rest and gentle protection. You breathe in the fragrance, feeling a calmness settle into your shoulders. The fire burns lower, and the shadows stretch farther across the walls. Someone retrieves a small book of handwritten prayers. The family gathers quietly. Their voices blend softly as they recite familiar lines. The mother explains that prayer becomes especially important in winter, not only for comfort, but for the sense of order it restores. She adds that storms, sickness, and uncertainty feel less threatening when framed within words repeated by generations. You notice a bowl of water placed near the door. The father explains that water reflects harmful forces and keeps them away from the threshold. He lifts the bowl briefly so you can see the faint shimmer of firelight on its surface. This small practice appears in a few rural records, though interpretations differ widely. Some say it invites purity, others say it confuses wandering spirits. Regardless of its origin, the water gleams like a piece of the moon captured indoors. One child, sleepy and leaning against his sister, tells you about the winter star they watch for every night. He points upward, even though the ceiling blocks the sky. The star, he says, brings good news about the coming spring if it shines brighter than usual. This idea appears in scattered mentions within old folk songs. Whether it was a superstition or simply a tradition used to uplift winter spirits remains uncertain, but the hope in the child's voice makes it feel real enough. A log collapses in the hearth, sending sparks upward. The flames brighten. For a moment, the entire room glows warmly again. You see every face illuminated clearly, each expression touched by a blend of winter fatigue and quiet determination. Rituals, beliefs, and whispered stories weave through their lives, offering comfort when the cold seems endless. Superstitions do not feel strange here. They feel like part of survival, another layer of protection draped over the home, much like woolen blankets. As the family settles into their nighttime routine, you rise to leave. They thank you for your company and wish you safe travels through the dark. When you step outside, the cold rushes toward you. Snowflakes land on your cloak. The village appears quieter now, softened by darkness and fresh snow. You walk on beneath the winter sky, carrying with you the scent of herbs, the echo of whispered stories, and the understanding that ancient fears and hopes lived side by side in the long, cold nights of the medieval world. You walk deeper into the village as the night settles, carrying with you the lingering scent of burning herbs and the soft echo of winter legends. The wind sharpens, brushing against your cloak like cold fingers searching for any exposed patch of skin. Tonight, you turn your attention toward one of the most fragile aspects of medieval winter life, the human body. Frost, sickness, and cramped living conditions made winter a season of constant vulnerability. You step into a cottage where the glow of a small fire reveals a scene that feels both tender and urgent. A healer is tending to someone with numb, pale hands, and you begin to understand how communities fought back against the cold when it crept too close. The healer, a woman in a layered wool gown, gestures for you to come closer. Her hair is tied back with a strip of cloth, and her hands move with the calm efficiency earned through years of practice. She kneads a thick salve into the patient's fingers. The salve glistens in the firelight and smells faintly of pine resin and beeswax. According to several detailed notes preserved in old household remedy books, mixtures like this were used to warm frostbitten skin, soothe cracked hands, and guard against the harsh dryness of winter air. The patient winces slightly as sensation returns. The healer murmurs reassurance and wraps the hand carefully in a warm cloth. She tells you that frostbite often began slowly, with tingling, then numbness, and then patches of skin turning pale as if drained of life. Without intervention, the damage could spread. You sit beside her, watching closely as she prepares another treatment. She warms a small stone near the hearth, wraps it in linen, and presses it gently against the patient's wrist to encourage blood flow. On a low wooden table, you notice several bowls filled with dried herbs and roots: chamomile, valerian, mint, and something that looks like ground oak bark. Each bowl carries a distinct scent. The healer explains that certain herbs warm the body from within. She lifts a small cup filled with a steaming infusion. The drink smells sharp, with a hint of bitterness. She presses it into the patient's hands. He sips it slowly, closing his eyes as the warmth spreads through his chest. Recipes for such infusions appear in various herbal manuscripts, though the exact proportions and ingredients differ from region to region. Beside the fire, a young boy sits with his foot propped on a stool. His toe is red and swollen. The healer inspects it gently. She mutters something about cold creeping in through thin boots. She guides the boy's mother to soak a cloth in warm water and place it over the foot. The mother follows carefully, her face tight with concern. The healer mentions that cold injuries often affect those who work outside for long hours, especially children tasked with gathering wood or carrying water. She recommends packing wool inside the boy's boots for the next few days. As she works, the healer shares a curious detail that appears in some regional lore. She says a few families believed rubbing frostbitten limbs with snow before warming them helped restore circulation. She adds quickly that she does not encourage the practice, claiming it can cause more harm than good. Some writers of early medical texts also mention this technique with caution, though no consensus emerges clearly. Listening to her, you feel the blend of practical knowledge and lingering superstition that often shaped winter remedies. A kettle begins to whistle softly near the fire. The healer pours hot water into a wooden basin and adds dried mint. Steam rises in fragrant waves. She invites you to place your hands above the basin. The heat is soothing, loosening the stiffness in your fingers. She explains that steam helps clear the lungs, an important practice during winter months when smoke, cramped homes, and illness can weigh heavily on breathing. Small details like this appear in records describing winter routines across many households. As more villagers gather inside seeking help, you notice the cramped space filling quickly. Winter illnesses thrive in these close quarters. A woman coughs into her shawl. A toddler sniffles as his mother rocks him gently. The healer moves from person to person with quiet authority. She mixes a honey and garlic paste for a sore throat. She crushes dried thyme to steep in water for chest tightness. Remedies like these appear throughout medieval medical writing, suggesting that families relied on accessible ingredients long before formal physicians were consulted. Near the door, an elder sits wrapped in several layers of cloth. His breathing sounds heavy, with a faint rattle beneath. The healer kneels beside him, placing a hand on his brow. She murmurs that his chest feels cold, and she prepares a heated compress using stones wrapped in wool. She positions the stones carefully along his ribcage, encouraging deeper breaths. While many healing practices varied from village to village, the use of warmth to soothe winter coughs appears in several surviving accounts from rural healers and early medical practitioners. A moment later, she reaches for a small wooden box carved with intricate patterns. Inside are a few precious items: cloves, dried rosemary, and something that looks like powdered ginger. These were rare winter treasures. She sprinkles a small pinch of ginger into hot water and instructs the elder to sip slowly. Ginger appears in some imported spice lists from wealthier households, yet it occasionally found its way into rural communities through trade or barter. Its warming effect was valued deeply during the coldest months. As the healer continues her work, she pauses to share a troubling truth. Winter illnesses often traveled swiftly, and even simple fevers could turn severe. She sighs softly, mentioning that some ailments seem to arise from the cold itself, while others spread through damp air or smoke-filled rooms. Researchers who study medieval health often note the difficulty of distinguishing winter infections from the effects of malnutrition and cold exposure. The healer, relying on experience rather than theory, focuses on immediate comfort: warmth, herbs, rest, and patience. You observe her set aside a small bowl filled with onions sliced thinly. She explains that leaving onions near a sick person's bed was believed to draw out harmful influences. This practice appears in a handful of domestic remedy collections, though no one agrees on its original purpose. Whether symbolic or practical, it reflects the deep desire to protect loved ones during harsh winters. The fire crackles softly, sending sparks into the air. The healer steps outside for a moment and gestures for you to follow. The night feels colder now, and frost glitters across the ground like a scattered net of stars. She points to the sky, saying that sharp, clear nights often mean colder mornings and worsened symptoms for those already ill. She teaches you how to read the color of the air, the sound of wind moving through bare branches, and even the pattern of ice forming on the water trough to predict difficult days ahead. Her knowledge feels part science, part intuition, shaped by countless winters. Back inside, you notice the patients settling gradually. The boy with the swollen toe now smiles faintly as warmth returns. The elder sips ginger water, his breathing steadying. The woman with the sore throat rests comfortably with the honey mixture coating her tongue. The healer sits beside the fire at last, her shoulders relaxing as she stares into the flames. She tells you that caring for others during winter is its own form of endurance. Each remedy is a hope, each warmed stone, each herb, each whispered reassurance becomes a tiny barrier against the season's cruelty. You sit with her in silence for a moment, listening to the fire's quiet music. Winter presses against the walls of the cottage, but inside, the glow of human care pushes back with determined warmth. Eventually, you step into the cold again, carrying with you the healer's knowledge, her quiet strength, and the humbling understanding that survival in winter requires not only food and fire, but the constant tending of the fragile human body. You leave the healer's cottage and step into a world washed with pale morning light. The cold greets you instantly, firm and unyielding, sliding beneath your cloak with practiced ease. Frost coats the rooftops like powdered sugar, and thin trails of smoke rise straight into the still air. As you walk through the village, you begin to notice the smaller figures darting between cottages. Children, wrapped in mismatched layers of wool and linen, are already awake. Today you turn your attention toward the youngest members of medieval households and how families kept them safe, warm, and occupied during the long, perilous winters. A small boy rushes past you, his boots thumping across the frozen ground. His scarf is far too long and trails behind him like a striped tail. His laughter breaks sharply through the quiet, bright and unbothered by the cold. You follow him to a cottage where several children gather near the door, their cheeks flushed and their noses pink. Inside, the mother of the household ushers them toward the hearth with gentle firmness, scolding them lightly for running outside without permission. You step in behind them, letting the warmth seep into your chilled fingers. The hearth crackles steadily, throwing golden light across the room. The mother guides the children closer, making sure each one warms their hands. According to observations found in a variety of domestic writings, children rarely ventured far during the winter months. Cold, illness, and poor visibility posed constant danger. Parents kept them indoors unless absolutely necessary. You can see why. The smallest draughts can turn a child's breath into a soft wheeze. The cold sneaks under layers of wool and lingers stubbornly. The children settle on a woven mat near the fire. One girl holds a wooden toy carved in the shape of a sheep. She moves it back and forth across the mat, humming softly. Her brother builds a small fence from sticks, carefully arranging them into a tiny enclosure. Toys like these appear in archaeological finds from several rural settlements, offering glimpses of how children passed their time. Even in winter, imagination creates its own warmth. A baby lies nearby in a wooden cradle padded with wool and straw. The cradle is placed close enough to the fire to stay warm, but far enough to avoid sparks. The baby is bundled tightly, only its face visible. Its breath rises in delicate white puffs. The mother rocks the cradle with her foot while mending a tear in a child's cloak. She explains that infants require constant warmth during winter. According to early medical notes, babies were often wrapped in multiple layers of linen and wool, and some families tucked warmed stones near the cradle to keep the air comfortable. You watch as an older child carefully sprinkles dried herbs into a small bowl filled with warm water. The mixture releases a soft, calming scent. The mother tells you that certain herbs soothe coughs and help children sleep. She mentions a trick her grandmother used, hanging a tiny cloth filled with dried lavender near the bed. This practice appears occasionally in family remedy notes. Whether it worked physically or psychologically is difficult to tell, but the scent fills the air with a gentle calm. One of the boys brings out a small pouch of pebbles. He spills them onto the floor and arranges them into simple patterns. The mother laughs softly and tells you that these games help children stay occupied during the long winter days when outdoor play becomes risky. According to some educational notes written by early tutors, simple games like these taught children counting, coordination, and patience. You kneel beside the boy, watching him sort the stones by size. A sudden gust of wind rattles the shutter. The children jump slightly. One girl whispers that winter spirits must be roaming again. You smile gently as the mother reassures her that the noise is only wind. Still, she takes a moment to check the shutter, pressing a cloth into a thin crack. She explains that keeping the cold out is essential for children's health. Drafts can cause chills, and chills can lead to dangerous illnesses. You move to the corner of the room, where a wooden chest sits partially open. Inside are woolen wraps, mittens, small shoes, and linen shirts. The mother tells you that children outgrow clothes quickly, so winter requires constant patching and adjusting. Some pieces have been passed down for years, worn by siblings, cousins, and neighbors. Stitches cover old rips, patches decorate worn elbows. This frugality appears often in rural household accounts. A young girl approaches you with a clay cup. Inside is warm milk flavored with honey. She offers it shyly. You take a small sip. The sweetness lingers pleasantly on your tongue. The mother tells you that warm drinks help keep children's bodies strong. Honey, though precious, is sometimes added for extra energy and comfort. A few early nutritional notes mention similar practices, emphasizing the importance of warmth in a child's daily diet. You glance at the door as it opens. A father enters, brushing snow from his cloak. His boots are damp. He greets his family and kneels near the hearth to spread warmth through his hands. His children rush to him, climbing onto his lap or tugging at his sleeves. He smiles broadly, lifting one child onto his shoulders. He explains that winter labor often keeps him outdoors for hours, but he returns frequently to check on the children and help with chores. According to several accounts from rural diaries, family involvement increased during winter because danger lurked at every turn. The father retrieves a small wooden board and begins teaching the older children how to count using dried beans. He arranges them in rows, giving simple instructions. The children lean in eagerly. Winter becomes a season of learning in many households. With little outdoor work for the youngest, indoor teaching fills long stretches of time. You watch as the children practice with serious concentration. The mother prepares a simple activity next. She hands each child a strip of wool and shows them how to braid it. Small fingers work awkwardly at first, but soon the children find a rhythm. These braids will become ties for cloaks or decorations for small pouches. She mentions that teaching useful tasks early helps children contribute meaningfully to the household. This idea appears frequently in descriptions of medieval childhood. Suddenly, the baby stirs and begins to fuss. The mother lifts the infant gently, wrapping it in another woolen cloth. She hums a soft lullaby. The tune flows gently, filling the room with a sense of quiet warmth. Humming and singing near the hearth were common methods for calming children, often passed down through generations. Even without written records, such melodies lived in families for centuries. A boy near the window points outside. Snow begins falling harder, swirling in small circles. The father stands and checks the latch to ensure it holds tightly. He then adds another log to the fire. Sparks jump upward, illuminating the room. The children gather close again, drawn to the glow. Winter shadows stretch across the walls. The flickering light turns the room into a soft, moving painting. You sit with the children as they settle into their evening routine. The mother hands out small wool blankets for them to wrap around their shoulders. The father instructs them to stay away from the outer walls, where the cold seeps in more easily. He guides them to sit near the hearth. According to many domestic instructions from the era, children were always positioned strategically within the home, shielded from drafts and given access to warmth first. One girl asks the mother to tell a story. The mother smiles and begins a simple tale about a fox who tries to steal winter fire from a bear. The children giggle and lean closer. Stories passed long evenings, taught lessons, and soothed fears. Some tales appear in early collections of folklore, though countless others lived only in memories and fireside whispers. As the story ends, the children yawn. The mother guides them toward their sleeping area. She checks their layers, ensuring each child is wrapped securely. She tucks a warm stone beneath the blankets to chase away the night's chill. The children settle quietly, comforted by warmth, routine, and closeness. As you prepare to leave, the mother thanks you softly. Her eyes reflect a mixture of fatigue and steady resolve. Protecting children during winter requires vigilance, creativity, and endless tenderness. You step out into the cold once more, feeling the hush of night wrap around you. Behind you, the soft glow of the hearth remains, guarding the little ones from winter's sharpest edges. You step back into the pale winter daylight, letting the cottage door close softly behind you. The world outside feels still, as if the cold has pressed pause on everything, except the faint crackle of frost beneath your boots. Yet winter in the medieval world was never truly a season of rest. When fields slept under ice and snow, hands turned to other forms of labor. Tools broke, baskets frayed, pots cracked, clothes tore. Winter became a season of mending, crafting, and quiet industry, carried out beside glowing hearths or in dim workshops where breath hung visibly in the air. You walk toward a small outbuilding whose door stands half open. A warm, amber light spills from within, inviting you closer. Inside, the smell of wood shavings and warm iron fills your senses. A man sits on a low stool, shaping a piece of wood with slow, deliberate strokes. The sound of his knife scraping along the grain echoes gently through the workshop. According to practical notes preserved in several guild archives, winter was the ideal time for skilled crafts because outdoor farming tasks slowed dramatically. The man looks up and greets you with a nod before returning to his work. He explains that he is carving new handles for several tools that cracked in the early frosts. You pick up one of the finished handles. It feels smooth and sturdy, shaped perfectly to fit a hand. He runs his fingers along the grain of the wood, checking for flaws. Craftsmanship like this was essential. A broken hoe or a split rake could halt spring planting. The man pauses to show you an odd little technique that appears in scattered regional accounts, rubbing heated tallow into finished wood to prevent it from drying too quickly in winter air. The wood gleams faintly as he applies the mixture, sealing it with care. Beside him, a small forge burns with a steady orange glow. A younger apprentice works the bellows, coaxing the fire to life. The apprentice's breath clouds the air each time he leans forward. Hanging above the forge are half-finished metal pieces, hinges, hooks, nails, and the beginnings of a new plowshare. Iron tools often needed repair after the strain of autumn harvests. The apprentice dips a newly shaped hook into water. Steam rises quickly, filling the room with a sharp hiss. The scent of quenched metal mixes with the earthy smell of burning wood. A few houses away, you enter another cottage where a group of women sits around a wide table. The room is warmer here, glowing with firelight and bustling energy. Wool, linen threads, scraps of cloth, and baskets of colourful yarn cover the table. One woman spins wool using a drop spindle. The spindle twirls gracefully as she pulls long strands of fibre between her fingers. The soft whirring sound forms a gentle rhythm. According to household inventories and domestic treatises, textile work intensified in winter. Clothes needed repairing, blankets needed thickening, and new garments were prepared for the coming year. A woman invites you to sit beside her. She shows you how she patches a worn cloak using small, tight stitches. Her needle glints in the light as she works. She explains that winter patching saves families from freezing winds and ensures that garments remain durable for years. You notice how her movements are confident and quick, the result of long practice. She points to a small pile of brightly dyed yarn beside her and tells you that she adds coloured patches whenever possible to bring a little cheer into cold days. Such small touches appear occasionally in rural clothing, remnants found by archaeologists, though the bright colours have faded with time. On the other side of the table, a young girl weaves a basket from thin willow branches. The branches creak softly as she bends them. Her fingers move with surprising skill for her age. The basket will be used to store dried vegetables or herbs. She dips the willow branches into warm water before weaving, a practice noted in several craft records. Moistening the willow prevents it from snapping in the dry winter air. You watch as she tucks each branch tightly into place, building a sturdy vessel from simple materials. Not far from the weaving circle, another woman shapes clay near the hearth. Her hands press and roll the clay with careful patience. Winter air can make clay brittle, so she works slowly, adding moisture as needed. She shows you a small row of finished pots lined up on a wooden shelf. Each pot carries a unique mark carved near its rim. She explains that her family uses these marks to identify their wares in the communal kiln. Clay vessels were not merely decorative. They stored grain, held water, carried food, and preserved herbs. The woman's eyes shine with pride as she holds up a pot decorated with simple leaf patterns. Outside again, the crisp air feels sharper after the cozy indoor warmth. You walk toward a workshop where an older man sits repairing leather shoes. A candle burns beside him, casting flickering light across his lined face. He works with an awl, punching new holes through tough leather. His hands move with the stubborn determination of someone who has patched thousands of soles. According to several surviving shoemaking notes, winter often caused leather to stiffen or crack. The man rubs a mixture of animal fat into the leather, softening it. He tells you that a good pair of winter shoes can mean the difference between frostbitten toes and comfortable walking. Near the workshop, a boy assists by stuffing cloth into a pair of boots, preparing them for a villager who spends long hours tending animals. The boy presses the cloth firmly, trying to create extra insulation. He explains proudly that he learned this technique from his grandmother. Small domestic traditions like this rarely appear in written records, yet they formed essential parts of winter survival. As you move through the village, you hear the rhythmic tapping of a hammer. Following the sound, you arrive at a small shed where a man repairs a wooden wheel. The spokes lie scattered around him. He examines each one, checking for rot or cracks. Worn wheels were a common winter project because travel increased in early spring. He fits a new spoke into place and secures it with a wooden peg. The tapping echoes through the cold air like a patient heartbeat. Inside another cottage, a woman prepares dyes. She stirs a pot filled with a deep reddish liquid. She explains that winter provides perfect conditions for dyeing wool because colder temperatures slow the dyeing process, producing richer colors. The scent of fermented plant material fills the air. She gestures to a rack nearby, where skeins of wool hang drying in hues of green, yellow, and muted red. A few historical color recipes mention winter dye works, though details vary widely between regions. On a bench near the fire, two older women mend fishing nets. You raise an eyebrow, surprised, but one of them laughs and tells you that nets must be repaired now, so they are ready when the rivers thaw. The twine slips through her fingers with practiced ease. The netting looks intricate, almost like lace, despite its rugged purpose. She points out a knotting pattern she learned from her father. Such patterns appear in a handful of coastal accounts, but remain difficult for researchers to trace with certainty. Children help too. In a corner, two boys sort small wooden pegs by size. They grumble about the task, but their hands move steadily. Sorting and small construction tasks teach them practical skills and keep them busy during long, cold days. Their quiet chatter warms the room more than you expect. A faint melody draws you toward another cottage. Inside, a man polishes a wooden flute while humming softly. He explains that winter is the perfect season for instrument work. Wood behaves predictably in the cold, allowing for cleaner shaping. He lifts the flute to his lips and plays a simple tune. The sound is sweet and bright, weaving gently through the room like sunlight leaking through clouds. You listen for a few moments before stepping back outside. Snow continues to drift from the sky, coating the ground in a thin white layer. Everywhere around you, smoke rises from chimneys. The air smells of wood, warm wool, and faint hints of herbs. Winter work fills the village with quiet purpose. Crafts keep the hands moving, minds steady, and hearts hopeful. As you walk, you realize that winter was not a season of stagnation. It was a time when creativity flourished, when families repaired what they owned, made what they needed, and prepared for the next cycle of life. Every crafted tool, sewn seam, and woven basket carried the promise of spring. You pull your cloak close against the cold, warmed by the knowledge that human ingenuity thrives even in the darkest months. Ahead, the path winds toward new tasks, new faces, and more stories of how medieval people endured winter's steady grip. You leave the warm buzz of winter industry behind as you step onto the narrow road that leads out of the village. The air feels sharper here, untouched by the heat of hearths and workshops. Snow lies in thin, rippled layers, shaped by the restless wind into small ridges that crunch under your boots. Today, you follow the people who cannot remain indoors in winter, those who must face the open world, even as ice, wind, and danger close in around them. Travel does not stop simply because the cold becomes fierce. Messengers, merchants, and villagers often needed to brave the roads regardless of the season. You walk a few steps and pause when the wind hits you fully, slicing across your cheeks with a coldness that makes your eyes water. The sky carries that washed-out winter color, pale and heavy. The road ahead twists between barren trees, whose branches look like dark claws stretching toward the white sky. A small group of travelers approaches, leading a pack horse loaded with goods. Their cloaks flap wildly, and their hoods are drawn low. According to practical travel accounts written in the late medieval period, winter journeys required far heavier layers than usual, and even then, travelers often found themselves shivering for hours. One of the travelers greets you politely. His breath forms thick clouds as he speaks. He explains that he and his companions must reach the next town before nightfall. The town lies only a few miles away, yet in winter such distance feels far more daunting. You join them for a short time, listening to the snow crunch beneath multiple sets of boots. The pack horse snorts, its breath rising in slow white bursts. A blanket covers its back, secured firmly with rope. You sense its discomfort each time a gust of wind slips under the fabric. The lead traveler points toward the ground, drawing your attention to patches of ice hidden beneath the snow. He explains that winter roads become treacherous in subtle ways. Ice forms thin, invisible layers that can send travelers tumbling before they even realize the danger. This observation appears frequently in travelers' notes, reminding people to step carefully and test the ground with their staff. He taps his staff on the road as if to demonstrate. The sound is crisp and hollow. As you continue, the road passes near a frozen stream. The surface shines like polished glass. Two children in the distance poke at the ice with sticks, while a shepherd calls them nervously back to safety. The lead traveler warns you that streams and small rivers often appear solid but hide pockets of weak ice. He recalls a story from another village where a traveler fell through a thin patch and had to crawl out using his cloak as a rope. The story is unsettling, yet you sense a hint of dark humor in the way he describes the incident. Several regional tales mention similar accidents, though the exact details vary, leaving researchers still uncertain how much is truth and how much is exaggeration. You notice a set of wooden planks lying near the roadside. A woman in the group explains that some travelers carry planks in winter to create temporary bridges over unstable patches of ground. She tells you that her father, a seasoned trader, swore by this technique. It appears occasionally in practical notes traded among merchants, though not all regions used it. You admire the ingenuity as she demonstrates how the planks are laid across a frozen puddle, turning it into a safe crossing. A gust of wind pushes snow across the road like drifting sand. The travelers pull their cloaks tighter. A young man beside you mutters that today feels colder than usual. He lifts his scarf to cover his mouth. His voice sounds muffled beneath the layers. Winter roads were not only dangerous because of ice. The cold itself could weaken limbs and cloud judgment. A few surviving medical writings warn that long exposure to frigid air could slow thinking and dull reflexes in ways that might cause fatal mistakes. Ahead of you, a cart wobbles slightly as it navigates the uneven path. The cart driver calls out to the mule, coaxing it forward with gentle encouragement. The animal's hooves slide uncertainly on hidden ice. The driver's brow furrows with worry. He tells you that traveling with carts in winter is often an act of faith. Wheels freeze, axles stiffen, and carts can tilt dangerously on unpredictable terrain. He taps the wheel, listening for cracks in the wood. Some early craftsmen wrote about reinforcing wheels with extra bindings for winter travel, though opinions vary on how effective such reinforcements actually were. You reach a small waymarker by the road. The stone is half buried in snow. You brush away the frost, revealing a faint carving of an arrow. The travelers pause to orient themselves. In winter, paths often disappear under fresh snow, turning familiar routes into confusing stretches of white. Travelers relied on waymarkers, tree blazes, and the outlines of hedgerows. In a few regions, people even tied small cloths to branches along known routes. These makeshift markers appear in some rural testimonies, though not all travelers agreed on their usefulness. As you continue with the group, you pass a shrubby thicket, where an older man kneels in the snow, repairing the broken strap of his pack. His fingers look stiff. He works slowly, breathing heavily. The woman from earlier hands him a bit of twine. He nods gratefully and secures the strap. You realize how even simple equipment failures pose real danger in winter. A broken strap, a torn shoe, or a stiff buckle can delay a traveler long enough to risk freezing. Further ahead, you encounter a small wooden shelter, barely larger than a shed. Smoke drifts faintly from a hole in the roof. One traveler explains that such shelters were built along certain routes for wayfarers caught in storms. These structures appear in shire records and travel logs, often described as lifesavers for those who lost daylight. The travelers choose to rest there for a moment. Inside, the space feels cramped but warmer than the open road. A tiny fire crackles in the center, tended by another traveler resting on a wooden bench. His cloak steams slightly near the flames. He shares a cup of warm broth with you, and the heat spreads through your chest in a soothing wave. As you sit, the resting traveler tells you a curious tale, recorded in a few local traditions. He describes winter lights that sometimes appear on distant hills. Some claim they are lanterns carried by spirits. Others believe they are reflections of moonlight on snow crystals. You sense that even he is not sure which version he prefers. Such winter lights surface repeatedly in folklore, and scholars remain divided on whether they describe atmospheric phenomena or imaginative storytelling. You leave the shelter with the group, warmed and alert. The road slopes downward now, leading toward a cluster of bare trees. Branches rattle overhead as the wind gathers strength again. You pull your cloak close and step carefully along a narrow ridge where the snow has blown unevenly. The pack horse struggles slightly, but the travelers guide it steadily. Suddenly, one of them raises a hand for silence. You listen. The wind carries a distant cracking sound. The man insists you all wait. He walks ahead cautiously, tapping the ground with his staff. He discovers a section of ice that has formed over a shallow ditch. It looks solid, but the staff sinks through just a little. He smiles grimly and motions everyone to avoid that area. His caution proves wise. The ground beneath the ice looks soaked and treacherous. Practical travel advice from various periods mentions the importance of listening for winter hazards, though such advice often mixed intuition with experience. You press on. Hours pass slowly, marked by the steady rhythm of footsteps. The sky begins to dim again, warning that daylight is fading. You sense that the travelers feel the same urgency building in the air. When the group finally spots the outline of the next village ahead, their relief is palpable. Smoke rises from its chimneys, promising warmth and rest. At the edge of the village, they thank you for walking with them. Their faces look tired but determined. Winter travel in the medieval world requires a blend of courage, caution, and constant awareness. As you watch them disappear into the village square, you realize that even short journeys become endurance tests in a season that shows little mercy. You stand quietly for a moment, letting the cold settle around you. The road stretches behind you like a pale ribbon. Ahead lies new ground, new challenges, and the next piece of winter's story waiting to unfold. You tighten your cloak and walk onward, the sound of snow crunching beneath your feet keeping you company as you continue into the fading light. You continue along the road as daylight weakens, watching the sky fade into a muted grey that hints at another cold night ahead. A biting wind sweeps across the open fields, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of winter water, sharp, icy, almost metallic. Before long you hear the low groan of a frozen river in the distance. The sound is eerie, like a giant creature shifting in restless sleep beneath layers of ice. Today you step into one of the most precarious parts of medieval winter life, the rivers and waterways that became both pathways and hidden traps. As you approach the riverbank, the world seems to hold its breath. Snow lies untouched in gentle drifts, concealing the edges of the water. The river itself stretches out in a long white ribbon, frozen smooth and pale beneath the overcast sky. According to descriptions preserved in various travel notes and local chronicles, frozen rivers often served as temporary roads during winter. They offered shorter routes between villages and towns, sometimes cutting travel time in half. But they also posed dangers far greater than any muddy summer path. A group of villagers stands near the bank, testing the ice with long wooden poles. Their breaths drift upward in thick clouds. One man kneels, pressing his ear close to the surface. He listens carefully, then rises with a slow nod, signaling that the ice seems stable. You join them cautiously, feeling the cold tighten around your ankles as you step onto the frozen surface. The ice emits a faint cracking whisper beneath your boots, a sound that sends a swift chill up your spine. The villagers reassure you that the noise is normal, a sign of shifting pressure. They tell you that truly dangerous ice often pops sharply or thuds hollowly. Such observations appear in multiple rural accounts where travelers describe listening closely for the subtle language of winter rivers. Experienced villagers could often distinguish between harmless sounds and warning signs simply by ear. A man with a sled steps onto the ice, pulling behind him a small load of firewood tied with rope. The sled glides smoothly, sending soft shivers across the ice. He moves with confidence, staying near the center where the ice is usually thickest. You follow him, Stepping lightly, keeping your weight steady, your breath quickens with each step. The river seems alive beneath you, shifting and murmuring in low tones. Nearby, two young men begin clearing the ice with wooden scrapers, removing a thin layer of fresh snow. They laugh as they work, their voices echoing faintly across the frozen expanse. They tell you that some villagers maintain sections of the river to create smooth passages for travel. Smooth ice is easier for sleds and carts, and reducing snow makes it easier to watch for cracks. Mentions of these maintenance efforts appear in a handful of estate logs, though such organization varied widely between communities. As you walk farther, you spot a patch of darker ice. One of the villagers immediately calls out, warning you to stay clear. He explains that the darker color indicates either thinner ice or water beneath that has not fully frozen. You step back quickly, heart thumping. He taps the area with his pole. The ice shakes slightly, its surface trembling like thin glass. Another step there would have been disastrous. The villager then shows you a curious method he learned from his father. He tosses a handful of straw onto questionable ice. If the straw sinks or spreads apart quickly, the ice is weak. If it sits still, the ice may hold. This small trick appears in scattered oral traditions, though its effectiveness remains a point of disagreement among those who study medieval winter techniques. Still, the villagers trust what they know. As you continue across the ice, you see a woman leading a flock of geese along the riverbank. The geese walk in a straight line, leaving tiny footprints in the snow. The woman laughs when she notices your cautious steps. She points south and tells you that people used to watch birds to determine ice quality. If certain birds avoided landing on frozen rivers, it was taken as a sign of danger. Whether this belief came from observation or superstition is unclear, but the woman repeats it with confidence. Further along, you encounter a small group of travelers pulling a heavy cart. They move slowly, distributing their weight evenly. Each wears thick boots lined with fur. Their cloaks billow slightly in the breeze. The leading traveler taps the ice with every step, listening as carefully as a musician tuning an instrument. He tells you that during harsh winters, some rivers freeze so firmly that entire caravans choose to cross rather than take longer land routes. He pauses before adding that these crossings can be terrifying. One wrong step, one unnoticed crack, and the journey might end beneath icy water. You shudder at the thought and instinctively pull your cloak tighter. Suddenly, you hear a faint but alarming sound, a hollow knock that echoes beneath the ice like a heartbeat skipping. The villagers freeze. One man gestures sharply, signaling everyone to halt. The river groans in a low, elongated sound. The villagers wait, listening. After a tense moment, the noise fades. The man closest to you exhales slowly. He explains that the ice shifts throughout the day as temperatures rise or fall. Morning can be safer than afternoon, and late night can be unpredictable. These patterns are described in a few early environmental writings, though not all villages understood the science behind them. Most relied purely on experience. When the villagers resume walking, you follow them toward a bend in the river. Here the ice is thicker, with small cracks frozen solid long ago, creating delicate white lines across the surface. The scene is strangely beautiful, like fragile artwork painted by winter itself. A young woman approaches leading a sturdy horse. She tells you that animals sense danger in the ice better than people. If the horse hesitates, she listens closely. She taps the ice with her stick. The horse snorts and moves forward cautiously. Observations like this appear in various rural testimonies, though they are often wrapped in folk wisdom rather than formal study. As you near the far bank, you notice a group of children sliding on the ice, their laughter ringing across the frozen surface. They glide in small arcs, boots skimming the ice. An older man shouts for them to stay near the edge. You smile at their carefree joy, but a flicker of worry passes through you. Winter fosters joy and danger in equal measure. Once you reach the bank, the villagers invite you to share a moment by a small fire they built near the river's edge. Sparks rise into the air, glowing briefly before fading into the cold sky. A pot hangs above the flames, filled with warm broth. The heat spreads gratefully through your hands as you cup your wooden bowl. One villager tells you an old tale about a fisherman who claimed that icy rivers whispered warnings to those who listened. He says that these stories do not always appear in writing, but they live in the memories of people whose lives depend on the whims of freezing water. Some local traditions describe spirits dwelling under the ice, tapping or groaning to announce changes in weather. Whether symbolic or literal, such tales remind travelers to respect the frozen surface beneath their feet. As the fire crackles, the villagers begin to pack up their things. Winter days are short, and they must return home before dusk takes hold. You watch as they cross the frozen river again, poles tapping steadily, breaths floating in pale clouds. The river groans once more as if bidding you farewell. You turn toward the path leading up the hill, aware now of how rivers transformed during winter, from barriers to highways, from peaceful reflections to treacherous traps. You walk on, humbled by the delicate balance between trust and caution that shaped every winter crossing in the medieval world. You leave the riverbank, with its creaking ice behind you, and follow a narrow path that winds back toward the village. As evening drapes itself over the land, the cold sharpens with a new intensity. Your breath thickens into steady white puffs. Chimneys across the settlement begin sending up curling strands of smoke, telling you that fires are being stoked, pots are being heated, and families are gathering close. Tonight you step into one of the most uplifting parts of a medieval winter, the feasts and celebrations that helped people push back the darkness with food, laughter, and shared traditions. You approach the largest cottage in the village, where warm light spills through cracks in the shutters. Voices rise from inside in a low, excited hum. The scent of roasted meat drifts toward you even before you reach the door. When you step inside, the sudden warmth feels like a soft blanket thrown over your shoulders. The room is glowing with firelight, and villagers move back and forth preparing dishes, arranging seats, and chatting animatedly. According to several descriptions preserved in seasonal accounts and religious calendars from the era, winter feasts brought brief moments of abundance to an otherwise lean season. These gatherings marked important dates, honored traditions, and lifted morale. Looking around the room, you can feel how much this matters. A woman greets you with a smile and places a wooden plate in your hands. The plate holds a slice of coarse bread, still warm from the oven. She explains proudly that they baked several loaves earlier, using the last of their fresh flour mixed with dried fruit. This practice appears in a handful of rural recipes, where winter bread often included bits of apple or raisins for a touch of sweetness. You take a bite. The bread is dense but flavorful, with surprising hints of fruitiness. Warmth spreads through you from the inside out. As you chew, your eyes travel to a large pot bubbling near the hearth. A man stirs its contents with a long wooden spoon. The stew inside smells rich, earthy, and comforting. He tells you it includes barley, carrots, salted pork, and a precious handful of herbs saved from autumn. He laughs and adds that everyone contributes something to the feast, even if it is just a few vegetables or a pinch of seasoning. The children run past you, giggling as they carry garlands made from dried greenery. They drape these garlands over the rafters, giving the room a festive look. Their cheeks glow with excitement. A girl shows you a small wax candle shaped like a bird. She says her grandfather made it earlier in the day. Candles shaped like animals appear in a few regional celebrations, symbolizing hope for the coming spring. Seeing her hold it proudly, you understand how such small touches create warmth beyond heat alone. A man sets down a bowl of roasted chestnuts on the table. Their sweet aroma fills the air. He cracks one open and offers it to you. The chestnut is soft, sweet, and slightly smoky. According to various harvest notes, chestnuts stored well through winter and became popular treats during festive nights. You gladly accept another. As the preparations wind down, people take their seats along wooden benches arranged in long rows. The firelight flickers across smiling faces. Stories begin to flow even before the food does. One man recounts a tale of a winter decades ago when the river froze so solid that they walked across it carrying torches for a festival procession. Another tells a memory of a year when snow fell so heavily that their cottage looked like a mound of white wool. The stories weave through the room, binding people together through shared experiences. Finally, the meal begins. Bowls of stew are passed around, plates filled with roasted turnips, salted fish, boiled barley, and small cakes dusted with herbs circulate among the benches. You savor each bite, tasting the depth of flavors that come from simple ingredients transformed through care and necessity. A few dishes surprise you. A spiced pudding sweetened with honey, a tangy fermented vegetable dish, a warm drink brewed from mulled ale and dried berries. Recipes like these appear in scattered medieval cookbooks, though each household adapted them based on whatever they had stored. Music begins next. A musician picks up a small drum and taps a gentle rhythm. Another raises a simple flute and plays a melody that winds through the room like a ribbon of warm air. The tune feels both lively and soothing. Soon others join in, clapping along or humming quietly. Music-filled long winter nights, offering comfort when days felt too short and dark. As the feast continues, a woman begins telling a seasonal tale. Her voice has a soft, steady charm. She speaks of a winter spirit who brings gifts to well-prepared households, but hides them carefully, so families must search the next morning. The children listen with wide eyes. The story includes a fox with clever tricks, a bear who protects the forest, and a star that guides lost travelers home. Elements of such tales appear in various oral traditions, though details shift from one village to another. You listen, entranced by the gentle blend of fantasy and wisdom. After the story ends, the village elder stands. He lifts a wooden cup filled with warm cider and gives a quiet toast. His voice carries the weariness of age, but also the strength of someone who has endured countless winters. He speaks of gratitude. He thanks the land for its harvest, the people for their labor, and the fire for its protection. His words are simple but powerful, echoing beliefs preserved in many seasonal rites recorded throughout medieval communities. Then comes laughter, the kind that bubbles up easily in a room filled with warmth and full bellies. People trade jokes, tease each other, and share memories. A young man tells you about a local custom where people hide small charms in bread loaves for good luck. He grins and warns you to chew carefully. A woman beside him adds that some families place small twigs in their windows during feasts to invite good weather. Practices like these appear in numerous seasonal traditions, each one blending superstition with hope. A group of children begins playing a simple winter game with dried peas. They roll the peas into a ring drawn on the table, cheering whenever one lands in the center. Their laughter fills the room like tiny bells. You watch their joy spread to the adults, softening even the faces of those weary from long weeks of cold. As the night deepens, the fire burns brighter. Its glow paints the rafters with long, gentle shadows. The room feels alive in a way that defies the chill outside. Food, music, stories, laughter, and company create a warmth far stronger than any blanket. Winter nights like this must have offered medieval families a rare sense of abundance. Eventually the meal winds down. People lean back, content. Children doze on parents' laps. The fire crackles steadily. You feel a wave of drowsy comfort too. The elder thanks everyone again, reminding them that these feasts do more than fill bellies. They strengthen bonds. They renew courage. They offer hope. When you step back outside, the cold embraces you with its sharp clarity, but something inside you remains warm. The glow of the feast lingers like a spark you carry forward into the dark. Above, the stars shimmer faintly through drifting snow. You pull your cloak close and continue down the path, your heart fuller than before, ready to follow winter's story to its next quiet corner. You move away from the echoes of the feast, stepping once more into the cold night. The air feels deeper now, touched by a quiet stillness that settles over the land like a soft blanket. The path ahead is faint under the pale glow of the moon, and the only sounds are your footsteps crunching in the snow and the distant call of an owl perched somewhere in the darkness. Tonight, you turn your attention towards something less tangible, but just as essential to winter survival: the role of faith, ritual, and spiritual grounding. In the medieval world, belief did not simply decorate daily life. It shaped how people perceived hardship, how they held on to hope, and how they endured seasons of fear and scarcity. As you approach a small chapel near the edge of the village, you notice a faint glow seeping through its shuttered windows. The building is simple, built of timber and stone, with a snow-covered roof and a wooden cross rising above the entrance. When you push the heavy door open, warmth spills gently toward you, along with the soft scent of beeswax candles. Inside, several villagers gather quietly, their heads bowed, their breaths merging into slow white clouds that rise toward the rafters. The chapel is dim, lit only by a handful of candles arranged near the altar. Their flames flicker softly, casting moving shadows along the worn wooden walls. You join the group near the back, taking a seat on a low bench polished by generations of winter gatherings. According to accounts preserved in parish records, winter services often saw larger attendance than those held in milder seasons. Cold weather, illness, and long nights drove people to seek comfort in shared prayer and ritual. A priest in a heavy wool robe stands near the altar, murmuring a verse from memory. His voice is low and steady, rising and falling like a slow tide. You feel the room listening, every face illuminated softly by candlelight. Many villagers clasp small wooden charms or rosaries, their fingers tracing worn edges with quiet familiarity. Devotional objects such as these appear frequently in medieval household inventories, especially in winter months when fear of illness and misfortune grew stronger. After the prayer ends, the priest lights a new candle from the main flame and places it on a small table. He explains that this light symbolizes endurance through the dark season. He invites others to add their candles. One by one, villagers step forward, lighting their own taper and placing it carefully beside the others. The collection of small flames grows steadily, forming a cluster of warm light. You watch their faces brighten, not only from the glow but from the shared act itself. Nearby, a woman carries a small bowl filled with dried herbs. She sprinkles the herbs into a ceramic incense burner. The fragrant smoke rises slowly, filling the chapel with the sharp, soothing scent of juniper and mint. She explains softly that the mixture is meant to cleanse the space and bring peace to the spirits of the room. Writings from several medieval clerics describe similar customs, blending practical fragrance with spiritual symbolism. A child approaches the altar holding a folded cloth. She carefully unfolds it to reveal a small embroidered star. Her mother explains that the star represents hope during the longest nights. The cloth is placed gently on the altar. In a few regions, winter symbols like stars, animals, or simple geometric patterns were used to decorate sacred spaces. Some specialists believe these practices blended local folklore with Christian rituals, though interpretations vary greatly. You notice a man kneeling near the wall, whispering a quiet prayer. His voice trembles slightly. He tells you later that his wife has been ill for several days, and he comes to the chapel each evening asking for her recovery. His prayer is simple, not filled with eloquence, but with raw sincerity. Illness was one of winter's most feared trials, and faith became a way to navigate fear. When remedies felt uncertain, you feel a pang of empathy as he finishes and rises slowly. The priest invites the group to sing. A low hum begins, then grows into a gentle chant. The melody is simple, easy for all to follow. The voices blend into one sound, filling the small space with warmth that no fire could match. The acoustics of the chapel give each note a soft echo, like distant bells chiming in the cold night. As the chant continues, you glance around the room and see how deeply the moment touches each person. Some close their eyes, others sway subtly with the rhythm. You begin to understand why winter worship held such importance. It was not only about religious duty, it was about creating light in the darkest hours, binding people to one another, giving form to hope. When the chant ends, the priest shares a short tale, recorded in an old seasonal text. He speaks of a distant village, where a traveling monk once claimed to see a warm light glowing above frozen fields during a harsh winter. Some villagers believed it was a divine sign urging them to help one another. Others suspected it was a trick of the moon. The priest smiles and says that whether the story reflects truth or imagination does not matter as much as the kindness it inspired. A few historians who study medieval spirituality have noted that such tales served as moral guides, strengthening community bonds during hard seasons. A man near the front stands to speak. He thanks the community for helping his family repair their roof last week after a storm. His voice cracks with emotion as he expresses gratitude. Around you, people nod warmly. Acts of aid like this appear often in parish notes, showing how faith and practical support walked hand in hand. After the gathering ends, people linger, speaking quietly in small clusters. A young girl points to the candles and tells you that her grandmother says each flame represents a person's hope for spring. She touches one of the candles gently, smiling. You can see how such beliefs would feel comforting, especially for children who struggle to understand winter's harsh realities. Before leaving the chapel, you step closer to the altar and study the embroidered cloth again. Its star pattern seems almost to glow in the candlelight. You place your hand on the wooden rail, feeling its smooth surface warm from the room's heat. The silence around you feels deep, steady, and peaceful. When you finally step outside, the night greets you with a crisp clarity. The sky stretches endlessly overhead, sprinkled with stars that seem brighter after the dim candlelit chapel. The cold bites at your cheeks, but something inside you feels more grounded, warmed by the quiet faith you just witnessed. The chapel door closes gently behind you, muffling the last traces of song. You walk through the snow, carrying that inner warmth with you, ready to explore the next corner of winter life in this medieval world. You continue along the quiet path, the snow creaking faintly beneath your boots, until the village slowly reappears through the winter haze. A few windows glow with lamplight, casting warm patches onto the snow. The wind whistles softly, threading through the gaps in fences and doorframes. Tonight you explore one of the most comforting parts of medieval winter life. Something simple yet powerful enough to chase away fear and monotony. When darkness closed in early and the cold locked people indoors, storytelling and small entertainments became the heartbeat of long winter nights. You step into a cottage where a family gathers close to the hearth. The flames flicker steadily, their warm light painting soft gold across the walls. Wooden stools, woven mats, and patched cushions form a rough circle around the fire, creating a small arena for words, music, and shared imagination. According to various descriptions in early household accounts, winter evenings were the best time for stories because the fires were already burning, the work outside was paused, and the mind welcomed distraction. The father sits nearest the fire, peeling a small apple that has been stored since autumn. The apple's sweet scent fills the air as he slices it carefully and hands pieces to his children. One child leans forward eagerly and asks him to tell the tale of the winter fox. He chuckles softly, clearing his throat, and begins with a slow, steady rhythm. His voice rolls gently through the room, immediately capturing everyone's attention. He weaves a story about a clever fox who wanders the snow-covered fields looking for stolen fire. The fox must outsmart beasts, spirits, and even the cold itself. The tale feels both whimsical and wise. In it are echoes of folk traditions mentioned in a few surviving winter song collections, though the details change from one region to another. You notice how each listener leans closer, eyes reflecting the firelight. Beside you, an elderly grandmother taps a small drum resting on her lap. The drum produces a steady, low beat that underscores the father's story. She explains that rhythm helps set the pace of a tale. Some early oral traditions describe similar uses of simple instruments to guide storytelling. The drum beat gives the narrative shape, turning spoken words into something deeper, almost musical. A teenager sits near the door, whittling a stick into a small carved figure. Chips of wood fall to the floor, catching the light like tiny golden leaves. He occasionally looks up and smiles as the story unfolds. Crafting while listening was a common winter pastime, according to several comments preserved in family records. It kept hands busy while the mind wandered freely through stories. As the tale ends, the children clap softly, their faces bright with delight. One begs for another story. The grandmother nods with a playful sparkle in her eyes. She begins a tale of her own, one involving a wandering peddler who claims to carry summer inside his travelling sack. Her voice is warm and lively, drawing laughter and gasps from her small audience. Nearby, a young girl picks up a simple, stringed instrument. Its sound is soft but pleasant. She plucks a few notes, creating a gentle melody that fills the room with a calm, almost dreamy atmosphere. These small household instruments appear often in medieval inventories. Although they were modest, they carried the power to soothe weary spirits. At the far end of the cottage, two boys begin playing a winter game with bone dice. Their laughter rises in quick bursts each time the dice clatter across the wooden floor. They cheer when the numbers fall in their favor and groan dramatically when luck turns. Dice games were widely known during the period, though rules shifted from one region to another. You watch as the boys' excitement spreads across the room, warming the air with joy. A woman sets out a bowl of dried berries and roasted nuts, inviting everyone to snack as the evening deepens. She offers you a handful. The berries taste sweet, with a hint of sharpness that cuts through the dryness of the air. She explains that sharing small treats during storytelling made the evening feel special, especially for children who rarely experienced luxuries during winter months. A man near the fire begins preparing a riddle. Winter riddles appear in various medieval manuscripts, sometimes written down, sometimes passed orally through generations. He speaks slowly, letting each word hang in the air. His riddle challenges listeners to guess an animal found in the nearby woods. The room grows quiet, everyone concentrating. A child guesses correctly, and cheers erupt. The riddle master grins and bows dramatically. The child beams with pride. You notice a small pouch of smooth stones on the table. A woman explains that they play a simple game where each person must flick a stone across a line drawn on the floor, aiming for the center of a chalk circle. The game requires patience and a gentle hand. Several early educational notes mention similar winter amusements used to improve coordination in young children. A young boy taps your sleeve and invites you to join. You sit on the floor beside him and take a stone. It is cold and smooth. You flick it gently. It slides across the floor, stopping just shy of the circle's center. The boy nods approvingly. Laughter fills the room again. The night deepens, and the fire burns lower, settling into a soft glow. Shadows stretch across the walls like ink brushed gently across parchment. A woman picks up a small woven doll and begins telling a tiny tale shaped around it. She makes the doll dance slowly across her palm, her voice soft and hypnotic. Dolls like these appear in some archaeological findings, suggesting they served both as playthings and storytelling tools. After the doll's story, an older man stands. He holds a carved staff and declares it the symbol of the evening storyteller. Whoever holds the staff must share either a tale, a song, or a memory. This practice resembles something mentioned in a few accounts of winter gatherings, where objects passed from hand to hand signaled turns in storytelling. He hands the staff to a young woman. She begins singing a slow song, her voice smooth and melodic. The song tells of a traveler seeking warmth during a fierce winter storm. Her melody fills the room, sinking deep into every corner. The fire responds with a soft pop, as if accompanying her. Her song ends quietly, and the room lingers in silence before breaking into gentle applause. As the evening winds down, the children grow drowsy. They curl against one another, heads resting on laps or folded blankets. The adults smile, adjusting cloaks around them. Storytelling and small winter amusements have worked their magic, turning a night of harsh cold outside into a pocket of warmth and connection. Before leaving, you feel someone tap your shoulder. It is the grandmother, holding the small drum. She smiles and presses it into your hands for a moment. She says that music and stories keep the cold from reaching the heart. You tap the drum once, letting the soft sound echo lightly through the cottage. When you step back outside, the cold returns instantly, crisp and bold, but the warmth of the room stays with you, glowing quietly inside your chest. Snowflakes drift lazily from the sky, and your breath rises in steady white curls. You walk onward, carrying the stories and laughter of winter with you, ready for whatever the long night holds next. You leave the storytelling cottage with a soft ache of warmth still glowing in your chest, stepping once again into the cold night that stretches across the village like a vast, quiet blanket. The air feels crisp enough to sting your cheeks, and every exhale forms a drifting cloud that dissolves slowly into the dark. As you walk, scattered lantern lights blink through shutter slats, hinting at life continuing behind every door. Tonight you turn your attention to something that mattered as deeply as warmth and food, the network of relationships that carried medieval communities through winter. In a world where the cold could eat through supplies, strength, and morale with equal ease, a person's survival often depended not only on their own resources, but on the hands and hearts of their neighbors. You follow a narrow path to a cottage from which faint voices rise. When you step inside, you find a group of villagers gathered around a large table. Some peel root vegetables, others mend nets or sharpen tools. The mood is lively, despite the cold air creeping through the doorframes. According to descriptions found in various rural accounts, winter often transformed villages into hubs of collaboration. People worked together, shared burdens, and pooled resources more openly than during warmer months. A woman hands you a warm cup of broth, her smile bright. She explains that every week, several families gather to share tasks. Tonight, they are helping an older neighbor prepare food for the coming days. The older woman sits quietly in a corner, wrapped in a thick shawl, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. You feel the warmth of the broth seep into your hands as you watch the scene unfold. Small acts like these appear repeatedly in community records, showing how groups stretched their strength by working collectively. One man repairs a wooden bucket, his hands moving methodically. He jokes that buckets always crack at the worst possible moment. Another villager laughs and hands him a fresh piece of rope. They exchange easy banter, the kind that grows naturally between people who have weathered years of cold together. These bonds form the invisible threads that keep the community woven tight. A group of children plays near the hearth, stacking small wooden blocks into makeshift walls and towers. They pretend to defend their miniature village from winter spirits. Their game draws gentle laughter from the adults, and one woman tells you that children mimic the communal spirit by forming alliances even in their play. According to a handful of early writings about village life, children were often encouraged to participate in group tasks to foster a sense of belonging and shared responsibility. A man near the window mentions that earlier in the week, half the village helped repair the roof of a widow's cottage after a heavy snowfall. He taps the table as he speaks, emphasizing how one storm could force people to depend entirely on their neighbors. He recalls older stories of winters so harsh that families moved into shared homes temporarily. These stories appear in several winter chronicles, though the details differ from place to place. You can imagine the closeness of such arrangements, the constant chatter, the shared blankets, the laughter, and the occasional disagreements pressed into tight quarters. The woman who offered you broth sits beside you and begins telling a small anecdote passed down from her grandmother. She says that long ago, when a bad winter struck their village, people created a rotating pot system. Each family brewed a large pot of stew once a week, feeding anyone who needed a meal. This practice is mentioned in a few traditional accounts, though not always in such charming detail. She laughs as she remembers the story, adding that some villagers joked that rich flavors only appeared in the pot on the same day it was someone's turn to taste it. You watch as two men haul a basket of wood toward the hearth. One explains that winter requires constant firewood, and not every family has the strength or tools to gather enough. Many communities shared chopping duties during cold months. He says he always cuts extra for the elderly couple down the lane. Such generosity, though rarely written down formally, appears again and again in oral traditions. A young mother stands to check on a pot simmering by the hearth. She stirs it carefully and mentions that she is preparing a dish to take to a family whose children have fallen ill. The healer recommended warm, thick stew, and she volunteered to cook it tonight. Helping sick neighbors was a well-established practice, not only out of kindness but because illness often spread more quickly in winter's cramped living conditions. By caring for others, families protected themselves too. You step outside with a group carrying the pot of stew. Snowflakes drift lazily around you, settling on hoods and cloaks. The group moves quietly, yet their sense of purpose is unmistakable. When you reach the sick family's cottage, one of the villagers knocks gently. A weary father opens the door. Relief softens his face when he sees the pot of food. He thanks everyone with a voice heavy with emotion. Inside, the atmosphere is dim and still. The children rest near the hearth, wrapped tightly in blankets. A woman kneels beside them, offering sips of warm broth. She murmurs thanks as the fresh pot is delivered. You sense immediately how powerful a shared meal becomes when everything outside feels uncertain. Back outside, the group makes their way toward the next cottage, carrying tools, baskets, and kindling. One man mentions the delicate balance between giving and receiving. Some households that appear strong in good seasons may struggle in winter. Others who suffer hardship one year might be helpers the next. Several early observations on rural communities emphasize this shifting dynamic, noting that generosity during winter was often repaid later, with labor, food, or help during planting. As you continue walking with them, you pass a cottage where a group of women sits near the doorway weaving tight mats from straw. They greet you warmly and describe how these mats will be placed inside homes to lessen drafts. They plan to give a few to a newly married couple who have little in the way of possessions. They laugh softly as they work, their fingers moving in perfect unison. They tease each other gently, trading jokes about who weaves the tightest rows. This cheerful cooperation feels like a heartbeat warming the cold night. Down the lane, a man repairs the fence belonging to his neighbor. The neighbor thanks him and offers a small gift in return, a loaf of dense bread wrapped in cloth. Their exchange feels familiar, natural, built on years of trust. Moments like these appear in countless rural anecdotes. In a world where winter could push people close to their limits, reciprocity served as a survival strategy as much as a moral value. You follow the group to the home of the village elder, where a quiet meeting is taking place. They gather around a table, discussing everything from grain storage to wood shortages. The elder scratches notes into a wax tablet, keeping records of who has extra flour, who needs help insulating their walls, and which families can spare wool or dried beans. These informal systems rarely appear in official records, yet local testimonies point to such meetings as essential pieces of winter survival. After a while, the meeting ends. People stand, stretch, and pull their cloaks tighter before heading back into the night. One woman stops to place a small bundle of herbs on the doorstep of a neighbor who has been feeling lonely. Another man checks on a cottage to make sure their shutters hold. The atmosphere carries a sense of quiet dignity, shaped by the knowledge that winter is easier when no one faces it alone. As you walk back through the village, the warmth of these interactions lingers in your mind. Snow falls steadily, covering footprints behind you. Fires glow through shutter cracks. The cold may be relentless, but the bonds between people create their own kind of heat. strong enough to resist the season's harshest efforts. You pause for a moment in the center of the village, the silence settling gently around you. Then you resume your path through the snow, carrying the understanding that community was not just a comfort in winter, it was a form of protection, as vital as fire, food, and shelter. You make your way through the sleeping village, the snow muffling every step, until the world feels wrapped in thick wool. The moon glows faintly above, caught behind a thin veil of cloud, and your breath drifts upward in slow white ribbons. Tonight your path leads toward a deeper layer of winter life, one that shaped not only families and households but entire communities. In the medieval world, winter was not simply a physical challenge. It was also a political season, a time when power, obligation, and social commitments tightened their grip. You are about to witness how the cold months affected not only bodies and homes, but also rents, duties, and the delicate balance of authority. You arrive at the manor hall on the edge of the settlement, its stone walls fogged with frost. A small lamp flickers near the entrance, guiding those who must visit even in harsh conditions. Inside, the air is warmer than outside but still cool enough to make you feel each breath. A steward sits at a table covered with wax tablets, parchment sheets, and a heavy tally stick. The faint scratching of his quill echoes in the still room. According to assorted estate records preserved from the medieval period, winter was often a time when rents were collected, dues were tallied, and obligations came due. This might sound surprising, given the cold and scarcity, but winter also freed landholders from harvest work. They expected tenants to settle accounts and perform seasonal tasks, even when the world beyond the manor lay frozen. A group of villagers stands quietly near the steward. Their faces show fatigue, perhaps worry. One man steps forward to pay his rent, not in coin but in grain. He places a small sack beside the steward. The steward weighs it carefully. You notice the tension in the villager's shoulders as the steward marks the tally. Grain is precious during winter, and parting with any amount must feel painful. Yet this system appears consistently in winter entries across numerous manorial accounts, where payments in kind remained essential well into the season. Another villager steps forward carrying a bundle of firewood. He offers it as part of his obligation. Fuel shortages in winter made wood valuable, sometimes more valuable than coin. The steward accepts the bundle and makes a note on his parchment. The villager seems relieved. Such arrangements varied from one estate to the next. Some relied on wood dues, others on livestock tending or labor service. A woman arrives with a basket of linen she has woven. The steward inspects it closely, checking for quality and durability. She explains that part of her family's yearly obligation involves producing textiles, especially during the winter months, when flax and wool work move indoors. Her hands tremble slightly from nerves or cold. She looks relieved when the steward approves her basket. Surviving guild and estate documents occasionally mention winter textile duties like these. They ensured landholders received goods even when fields lay dormant. You follow the steward as he moves to the next part of the hall. Here he speaks quietly with a man who has fallen behind on dues due to illness in his family. The steward listens, frowning thoughtfully. After a moment, he offers a small extension, though not without warning. The tenant bows gratefully. These negotiations, though rarely detailed in official records, must have happened frequently. Winter made life unpredictable, and strict enforcement could lead to starvation. Yet, leniency was limited. Estates depended on dues for their own survival. As you observe, a young messenger enters carrying a letter sealed with wax. He shakes off snow from his cloak. The steward breaks the seal, scans the contents, and nods sharply. The messenger explains that he travelled from a nearby village to deliver notices about a new levy required to support road repairs after recent storms. Winter damage often triggered sudden political decisions. Roads must be cleared, fences rebuilt, and bridges reinforced before spring thaw. These duties fell heavily on tenants, who might already be struggling. The steward thanks the messenger and adds the new information to his growing pile of tasks. You hear him mutter about how winter always multiplies responsibilities. His tone carries a mix of frustration and resignation. Administrative notes from several medieval estates reveal similar complaints, showing how seasonal conditions shaped local governance as much as soil or harvest. Outside the hall again, you see a small crowd gathered near a small shelter where the reeve, a local official elected by villagers, speaks with several families. His role involves balancing the demands of the lord with the needs of the village. Tonight he explains new work duties for repairing a collapsed storage shed that belongs to the community. The villagers listen carefully, their breaths rising in slow plumes. Cooperation is essential. If the shed remains damaged, grain stored inside may spoil. A man nearby grumbles that these extra tasks always seem to appear in winter when everyone is already exhausted. The reeve nods sympathetically, but reminds him that the responsibilities fall on everyone equally. This kind of tension appears subtly in some rural commentaries from the period. Winter pressed people together, but it could also magnify frustration. As you continue walking, you hear the rhythmic tapping of a hammer near the manor stables. A group of serfs, bound by obligation, repairs a damaged wagon under the dim light of a torch. Their expressions are focused. The work must be finished before new tasks begin tomorrow. One man explains that they owe a certain number of labor days each winter. They follow a rotation so the burden remains somewhat balanced. Certain estate documents indicate that winter labor became especially organized, with schedules, rotations, and roles spelled out clearly. Next, you follow a narrow path to a meeting of the village council, which gathers in a barn kept warm by the presence of livestock. Inside, the smell of hay and warm animals creates a surprisingly cozy environment. Several villagers sit on benches, discussing how to divide the remaining communal grain. They debate carefully, weighing the needs of families with infants against those with elderly members. Their tone remains respectful even when disagreements arise. Decisions like these appear in small notations across various community records, signaling how political life extended into every corner of daily existence. The council also discusses a planned inspection of fences along the winter pasture. If a fence fails, animals may wander and freeze. The group votes on who will accompany the reeve for the inspection. Hands rise. Duties are distributed. The meeting continues. Outside again, the cold feels heavier, as if listening to so many burdens has awakened the full weight of winter. You pass a cottage where a family quietly discusses how to pay their dues next week. The father looks troubled. His wife tries to reassure him. Their children listen silently. You feel the emotional strain that political obligations could impose on households already struggling with hunger and cold. Not far from them, a wealthier villager steps out of his home. He carries a bundle of barley to deliver to a neighbor who helped him recently. Exchanges of aid often occurred outside formal systems, though some estates kept loose track of such acts. The man explains that while obligations come from the manor, kindness must come from the heart. His words linger with you. As you near the edge of the village, you encounter a small group discussing regional news brought by a traveler. Heavy snowfall has damaged a bridge connecting two nearby towns. Authorities may demand additional labor from surrounding villages. The people groan but nod knowingly. Such decisions often shaped their winter routines. Records show that villages frequently contributed labor for regional infrastructure, sometimes willingly, sometimes under pressure. You listen until the group disperses. The cold presses against you again, sharp and insistent. Political obligations in winter form an invisible web across the land. They shape who owes what, who works where, who gives, who receives, and who endures. These obligations may not warm hands or fill stomachs, but they guide the structure of winter life, ensuring that communities survive as units rather than isolated families. You pull your cloak closer, stepping carefully through snow that glitters like crushed glass. The moon emerges briefly from behind a cloud. As you follow the path toward the darker edge of the village, you feel the weight and complexity of these winter responsibilities. They are a reminder that survival here is not only about fire, food, or clothing. It is also about agreements, duties, and the careful balance of power that shapes every cold season. You walk away from the village center where duties and obligations weighed heavy on every conversation, letting the night air settle your thoughts. The cold presses gently against your face, but you feel steadier now, prepared to travel farther than before. Tonight, your path widens beyond a single settlement. Winter shaped life differently across medieval Europe, and you are about to explore those contrasts. Even though every community faced the cold, the ways they adapted depended on landscape, resources, and long-held traditions. You pull your cloak tighter and begin a slow journey through regions that endured freezing months each in their own way. Your first steps take you north, where the air grows even sharper. Snow lies deeper here, and forests of tall, dark pines surround the scattered farms. In these northern lands, winter dominates the calendar. You visit a small wooden homestead, where smoke rises from a chimney made of stacked stones. A family welcomes you inside with warm smiles and thicker clothing than you have seen so far. Their garments are lined with fur and layered with heavy wool. The father explains that in this region, winter begins earlier and ends later than in most places. According to several accounts preserved in old travel manuscripts, people here stored far larger quantities of firewood than their southern neighbors, sometimes piling logs high enough to form walls around their homes. You see such piles stacked neatly outside, their surfaces coated in frost. The mother shows you a heavy cloak made of sheepskin, soft on the inside and weathered on the outside. She tells you that such garments are essential for anyone walking long distances in northern snow. She points to her boots, stuffed with wool and lined with leather. Her explanation echoes a detail mentioned in a few regional descriptions, where winter boots were so thick that they changed a person's gait entirely. As you warm your hands by their hearth, the family tells you a small, traditional practice they keep every winter. They hang dried juniper above their doorway to purify the air and protect the home. The ritual appears in some scattered northern folk customs, though its purpose varies from story to story. You inhale the sharp scent of juniper, noticing how it cuts through the heaviness of the smoky air. Leaving the northern home, you head southeast toward colder mountain valleys. Snow grows thinner here, but the wind turns fiercer, racing through narrow passes. In a small mountain village, you find houses clustered tightly together for protection. Their stone walls are thick, and their roofs slope sharply to shed snow quickly. A shepherd greets you, wrapped in several cloaks at once. He invites you into a low, warm structure filled with sheep, whose woolly bodies create a natural heating system. He laughs as he tells you that the warmth of sheep has saved many mountain families from freezing nights. This idea appears in some pastoral notes from the region, though outsiders often underestimate how effective animal heat can be. He shows you the herd's sleeping pen, insulated with straw and lined with mats woven from mountain grass. You feel surprised by the softness of the grass, almost like thick felt. The shepherd mentions that these mats were used not only for livestock, but sometimes for bedding inside homes. Such details appear occasionally in local handmade goods, though their exact origin remains hard to trace. You move westward next, toward lands where winters are milder but still demanding. In a small coastal community, the cold feels damp rather than piercing. Sea winds seep into bones in a different way. Houses here are built low and close together, forming shelter against storms. You step inside one and notice the salty tang of the air mixed with the scent of drying fish. The family explains that their winter survival depends heavily on preserved seafood. Fish hang from wooden racks above the hearth, smoked slowly until they harden. According to coastal household notes, smoked fish often carried communities through winters when fresh catches were impossible. You taste a thin slice offered to you, surprised by its intense flavor. A fisherman tells you a curious detail preserved in the village's oral traditions. He says some families place a dried fish scale near their windows as a charm to prevent storms from damaging their homes. Whether this is superstition or simply a comforting habit is unclear, but he describes it with pride. Such coastal charms appear occasionally in regional folklore collections, although researchers still puzzle over their origins. After leaving the coast, you journey southward to a region where winters are shorter, but still capable of biting cold. Here, the landscape softens. Snow covers fields lightly, like a thin blanket rather than a deep shroud. Homes are built with wider windows, though shutters remain thick for winter nights. Families here rely less on fur and more on layered linen and wool. They store olives, dried figs, hard cheeses, and salted meats instead of root vegetables. You step into a courtyard where a family prepares winter olive oil. They pour it into clay jars and seal them with wax. The mother explains that good oil helps prepare hearty dishes that warm the body on cold nights. In a few estate documents from warmer regions, winter diets relied heavily on fats and legumes, making meals dense and sustaining. She invites you to taste a bowl of lentils flavored with garlic and oil. The warmth and richness of the dish spread through you immediately. She laughs, saying that while northern villagers rely on vast stores of firewood, her family spends winter perfecting recipes to keep spirits high. This cultural difference appears subtly in culinary manuscripts, where regional dishes evolve according to climate. Her father shows you a small clay heater filled with glowing coals. He moves it beneath a stone bench, creating a pocket of warmth. Similar devices appear in several archaeological findings from southern houses. Their clever design allowed families to heat small areas without burning large amounts of wood. Traveling farther east, you find yourself in a forest community where people live near dense woods. Their winters are unpredictable, with sudden thaws, followed by icy nights. In one cottage, you see racks filled with smoked venison. A hunter tells you they rely on the forest heavily during winter, but must never take more than they need. He shares a detail passed through generations. Hunters leave small offerings on stumps before winter hunts. He does not explain why, but his tone suggests deep respect for the land. Some environmental studies mention similar traditions, though they lack clear written explanations. Children in the forest village show you their winter toys made from small branches and carved stones. Their creativity reflects the abundance of natural materials, even in cold months. Families here also carve wooden snowshoes, designed to help travelers move across soft drifts. Snowshoes of various designs appear in several regions across medieval Europe, adapted to terrain and available materials. You lift a pair and feel how light they are. You move again, this time toward the vast central plains where winters strike with icy winds that sweep uninterrupted across the land. You visit a farmhouse where thick thatch and clay walls protect the family from relentless gusts. Here, grain storage becomes the heart of winter planning. The father shows you giant bins filled with wheat and oats. Cold wind may freeze the land, he says, but it also keeps pests away, making winter an ideal season for grain preservation. Notes from agricultural writers often praise these plains for producing hardy cereals that endured long storage. Before leaving, the family teaches you a small habit they practice each winter. At sunset, they tap the grain bins 3 times, believing it promotes good harvests in the spring. Whether the gesture is symbolic or superstitious is uncertain, but it brings smiles to their faces. As you complete this long journey across regions, you realize that winter survival was never a single story. It shifted with landscape, food resources, local customs, and centuries of inherited wisdom. No two communities faced the cold in the same way, yet each adapted with creativity, skill, and deep familiarity with their surroundings. You return to your path through the twilight, feeling the weight of all these regional voices. The cold still bites at your fingertips, but the memory of smoke, spices, warm tools, animal heat, and careful traditions keeps the chill at bay. Ahead lies more of the winter world, its endurance shaped not only by geography but by countless human hands. You walk away from the wide sweep of landscapes and cultures, your boots sinking softly into fresh snow that sparkles under the dim afternoon light. The cold nips at your cheeks again, but your mind still lingers on the surprising variety of winter strategies you have witnessed. Yet there is something else you begin to notice, something almost paradoxical. For all its harshness, winter sometimes offered small, unexpected advantages. Tonight you explore those quiet perks, the little conveniences and hidden gifts that medieval people learned to rely on when the world froze solid. The first sign greets you the moment you reach a small courtyard where a woman kneels beside a wooden trough. She lifts a slab of ice from the trough and sets it aside, revealing perfectly preserved vegetables beneath. She smiles and tells you that winter itself served as a natural refrigeration system. According to household notes from several rural regions, families often buried food beneath thick layers of ice or snow to keep it fresh far longer than in any other season. Here, in the trough, carrots and cabbage pieces look almost as crisp as when they were harvested. She invites you to touch the ice slab. Your fingers burn slightly from the cold. She explains that cold weather slowed decay, allowing vegetables, meat, and herbs to last well into the spring. In a world without cellars deep enough to stay cool year-round, winter's chill became a valuable ally. As you continue walking, you reach a cottage where a man sits sharpening a knife. He points to a string of sausages hanging by the doorframe, each one hard as wood. He laughs when he notices your curious look. Winter air cures them naturally, without smoke or special equipment. This technique appears in various regional cooking notes, where cold temperatures allowed households to preserve meats simply by hanging them in sheltered outdoor spaces. The man taps one sausage gently, producing a solid, satisfying sound. Inside the cottage, a woman stirs a pot of stew and mentions another winter convenience. Pests vanish. Flies, mosquitoes, and other insects either die or bury themselves for the season. She lifts the pot slightly to show you how clean the rim remains during winter cooking. There are no flies to swat away, no insects hovering near food. Records from several medieval households note how winter relieved families from constant pest control, creating cleaner kitchens and fewer spoiled ingredients. A young boy enters carrying a basket of apples that have been stored in a small shed where cold air circulates constantly. He plucks one and hands it to you. The skin feels firm, not wrinkled. The mother explains that winter air slows the aging of fruits stored carefully in straw. She says apples kept their shape and sweetness better under cold conditions than in warmer seasons. Such fruit storage practices appear in winter sections of multiple agricultural manuals. Leaving the cottage, you continue toward the village square. The ground feels strangely firm beneath your boots, almost springy. A man shoveling snow explains that winter freezes the mud solid, making travel through the village easier. He says that during warmer seasons, roads turn into deep muck that slows carts and clogs boots. But in winter, frozen earth creates smooth, hard pathways. Several travel notes describe this surprising benefit, especially in regions with notoriously muddy roads. You step aside as a cart rolls by, its wheels gliding smoothly over the packed snow. The driver gives you a cheerful wave. He says winter is the best time to transport heavy goods because frozen roads and ice-covered rivers shorten the journey. He laughs and adds that he wishes frozen roads lasted all year. While not everyone would agree, his point reflects observations made by many medieval travelers. Nearby, a group of children forms a small snow mound. They begin packing snow tightly into a basket-shaped mold, laughing as they flip it over to create perfect rounded blocks. One girl points proudly to their creation. She says these blocks make temporary walls around the garden beds, keeping animals away. Her father confirms this trick appears in local farm traditions, though it is rarely written down. Snow, when packed firmly, becomes a surprisingly useful barrier for a short time. You head toward the edge of the village, where a woodcutter stands beside a fallen tree. He explains that winter hardens the ground, making tree felling easier and safer. Mud no longer drags at boots, and logs slide smoothly along frozen paths. He points out that frozen sap causes wood to split more cleanly under the axe. This observation appears in several writings on forestry and woodworking from the era, though each source describes it slightly differently. Still, his demonstration convinces you. The log splits with a clean, sharp crack. A few steps later, you pass a pond covered in thick ice. Several villagers kneel near the edge, collecting chunks of ice for storage. One man explains that they store ice in pits lined with straw and wood during especially cold years. He says it helps keep milk and butter cool months later. Although this early form of ice storage was not common everywhere, certain communities practiced it whenever winter was severe enough. On the hill above the village, a shepherd waves you over. His flock of sheep grazes calmly on a patch of exposed grass. He lifts a piece of wool from the ground to show you how winter improves its quality. Without insects chewing or tangling the fibers, and with the sheep's natural oils thickening in response to the cold, winter wool grows denser and softer. Notes from wool merchants describe winter fleeces as some of the most prized in the year. He adds with a grin that cold air carries smells less strongly. He laughs and points to his sheep. Even he admits the flock smells nicer in winter. Back in the village centre, a potter steps from her workshop and nods at the sky. She tells you that winter's dryness helps clay dry more evenly indoors. She holds up a small jug whose surface looks smooth and clean. She says that summer humidity sometimes caused pieces to crack, but winter air, though cold, created an ideal slow-drying process. Craft notes from certain regions mention similar observations, praising winter as the best season for shaping delicate pottery. You walk farther and notice a young woman sewing in the doorway. She pulls a wool cloak around her shoulders and smiles. She explains that winter light, though faint, is steady and cool, helping eyes avoid strain during careful sewing. Summer glare caused more trouble, she says. This detail appears occasionally in domestic writings, though it may reflect personal preference more than common rule. As evening settles in, you head toward a small stone structure where the village beekeeper stands tending a few clay beehives. He reveals another surprising winter perk. Cold keeps predators away from hives. Bears, wasps, and rodents stay hidden in their dens, leaving the bees undisturbed. He explains that winter is a season of rest for both bees and keeper. A few medieval beekeeping notes mention long stretches of winter silence around hives, which he seems to enjoy deeply. Further down the path, a woman spreads clothing across a wooden line. You raise an eyebrow, surprised she is drying clothes in such cold air. She laughs and tells you that winter air removes moisture differently. Items freeze solid, then thaw slowly indoors, drying more evenly. The method appears in a handful of household notes as a strange but effective technique. She holds up a stiff frozen cloth like a plank and grins proudly. Before returning toward the village center, you stop at a small field covered in shimmering frost. A farmer explains that winter kills many crop pests and fungi, creating cleaner soil for spring planting. His voice carries the wisdom of generations. Agricultural writers often praised frost for the way it purified the earth. The farmer kneels to show you the stiff soil crust. He says it feels like the land sleeping its hardest sleep, preparing for new life. You look around at the frozen world, suddenly aware of the quiet gifts winter brings. Clean air, hard ground, preserved food, pests gone, wool thickened, pottery dried, roads firmed, ice stored. These small advantages, scattered like hidden gems, offered medieval people tiny anchors of comfort and efficiency during the coldest months. As you walk back through the soft falling snow, you sense that winter, for all its cruelty, also carried its own kind of generosity, a generosity hidden beneath frost and silence, waiting for those who knew how to see it. You continue along the quiet winter path, the snow crunching steadily beneath your boots as evening folds itself across the land. The air sharpens, carrying an edge that hints at the season's true power. For all the small comforts winter sometimes offered, you know that this season also carried dangers capable of reshaping entire communities. As you follow the dim outline of the village walls, you prepare to step into those harsher moments, the winters that medieval people remembered for years, the kind that carved themselves into stories, traditions, and survival habits. You approach a cottage where several villagers have gathered around a low table. Their faces look tense, drawn with fatigue. A pot of broth steams gently in the center, but no one seems eager to eat. When you step inside, the elder raises his eyes and explains that this winter has lasted longer than expected. According to early chronicles from several regions, prolonged winters were feared more than storms or floods because they slowed everything: food stores, firewood supplies, and the human spirit. A woman sitting near the hearth unwraps a bundle of dried beans and pours them into a bowl. The quantity is small, shockingly so. She sighs and tells you that last year's harvest was weak and that the grain stores have dwindled faster than usual. Several written accounts from medieval estates describe these desperate seasons, when one poor harvest could trigger months of hunger. You feel the weight of her words as the beans roll across the wooden bowl with a hollow sound. Outside, the wind picks up. Snow blows past the windows in swirling white sheets. You follow the elder to the doorway, and he points toward the hills where drifts have grown so deep they block paths to neighboring villages. He says that in years like this, isolation becomes dangerous, trade slows, news fades, help grows distant. Some local histories describe entire valleys cut off during heavy storms, families surviving only through careful rationing and sheer resolve. You leave the cottage and make your way toward a barn where villagers gather to discuss dwindling firewood. The barn's roof creaks under the weight of snow. Inside, the atmosphere feels heavy. A man holds up the last of his dry logs, his expression grim. He explains that wet wood smokes too much to burn well, and that dry wood, once gone, cannot be replaced until roads clear. In several winter records, shortages of fuel appear as common threats, sometimes as deadly as hunger itself. A young woman steps forward holding a bundle of thin branches. She says these are all she could gather today. Her voice quivers, more from frustration than cold. Branches like these burn quickly, barely enough to heat a small pot. You sense the fear beneath her calm tone. Families often face difficult decisions during harsh winters. Should they use wood for cooking or for warmth? Should they burn fuel quickly or try to stretch it through the coldest nights? You notice a group of villagers whispering in another corner of the barn. They discuss an old story about a winter long past, when a great storm destroyed several homes. Some farmers tried to clear the snow from their roofs, but the wind struck again and buried them beneath heavy drifts. This memory appears in a few local retellings, though exact details vary, leaving historians unable to confirm which parts reflect reality. Still, the lingering fear in the villagers' eyes suggests that such events live more vividly in oral tradition than any record could capture. Farther along the village path, you visit a family whose livestock shelter collapsed under the weight of snow 2 nights ago. The father kneels beside the broken structure, his hands shaking as he explains that a pair of goats did not survive the cold. Losing animals in winter was a blow that reached far into the future. Livestock provided milk, manure, future offspring, and occasional meat. Their loss affected not only the present, but the coming seasons. Agricultural notes from several regions mention these winter tragedies with quiet sorrow. The mother carries a small lamb, wrapped tightly in wool. Its ears tremble. She strokes its head gently. murmuring to keep it calm. She tells you that saving even one animal feels like a small victory in a ruthless season. Her words echo the sentiment found in a handful of pastoral accounts, where winter is described as both a test of strength and a test of tenderness. You walk uphill toward a watchtower overlooking the village. A man stands at the top, wrapped in layers of rough wool. His eyes scan the horizon. He explains that in severe winters, wolves and other predators draw closer to human settlements in search of food. While medieval records vary on the frequency of such encounters, several do mention increased danger during times of scarcity. The man taps the wooden barrier lightly with his frozen fingers, saying he hopes this winter does not invite unwelcome visitors. On your way back down, you encounter a pair of travelers huddled beneath a makeshift shelter. Their clothes are stiff with frost. They tell you that they lost their path 2 days ago, when a storm turned the world white. They wandered until their strength almost failed. Their story resembles those found in a number of winter travel notes, where sudden storms stranded travelers miles from safety. You share a moment of silence with them, realizing how easily lives could vanish in snow. Closer to the village center, you see the healer again, now tending to several people who suffer from winter fevers. The room smells of herbs, smoke, and damp wool. A child lies on a straw mattress, breathing shallowly. The healer grips your arm softly and says that illnesses spread more quickly during severe winters, when people crowd into small, smoky rooms. She prepares an herbal infusion and gently lifts the child's head. Winter's cold does not only harm through freezing, it weakens bodies, allowing sickness to take root. A man sitting nearby shares a troubling memory. He recalls a winter from his youth when the river did not thaw until late spring. The villagers had to ration snow water because their stored supply was running low. This detail appears in scattered winter narratives, though scholars continue to debate how widespread such extreme conditions were. Still, the man's haunted expression feels genuine, shaped by lived experience rather than written lines. You step outside again and head toward the fields, where rows of soil lie hidden beneath deep snow. A farmer stands there, staring at the whiteness. He tells you with a weary sigh that winter's greatest cruelty lies in its uncertainty. If the cold lingers too long, spring planting will be delayed. If snow melts too quickly, the fields may flood. He gestures toward the horizon, saying that nature offers no guarantees. According to several environmental writings from the period, harsh winters often set off a chain reaction that affected harvests for months. You hear voices behind you and turn to see villagers gathered around a collapsed granary wall. The structure, weakened by moisture and frost, has cracked open. Grain pours out like sand. The villagers scramble to collect what remains, scooping handfuls desperately into sacks. Their urgency feels raw. Losing grain is losing survival itself. A few local chronicles describe similar disasters, often marking them as the most devastating events in winter years. By nightfall, the storm begins its approach. The sky bruises into deep grey. Wind whistles across the fields with growing force. Villagers rush to secure shutters, reinforce doors, and gather animals into shelters. You help a man drag heavy planks across his stable entrance. Snowflakes begin to fall in quick, slanted lines. The air turns thick with frost. Inside a cottage, you watch a family brace for the night. They hang blankets over the doorframe and push a heavy chest against the drafty window. A woman murmurs a soft hymn, her voice trembling slightly. Her children huddle beside the fire. The storm rattles the walls like an impatient visitor trying to force its way inside. As the wind howls, you understand why harsh winters etched themselves so deeply into medieval memory. These were seasons when fear and hope sat side by side, when every storm felt personal, and every day survived felt like a triumph. You sit with the family until the storm's first fury passes. The fire burns low. The walls stop shaking. Outside, snow piles silently against the door. In the dim light, you reflect on what you have seen. Winter offered gifts, yes, but it also delivered trials that tested the strength of every household, every village, every heart. You step outside into the quiet that follows a storm, humbled by the cold that presses around you. Ahead lies the slow path toward thaw, a path shaped by endurance and waiting. You step out into the muffled stillness that follows the storm, the world transformed into a soft white landscape where every shape blurs gently into the next. The night has passed, and a faint early light spreads across the horizon like a thin brushstroke. The cold remains sharp, but something in the air feels different, almost hopeful. Today, you begin to notice the first subtle signs that winter's grip might be loosening, however reluctantly. Medieval people watched these signs with a mixture of longing and caution, for the path from deep winter to early spring was never simple or predictable. You walk along the main path through the village. Fresh snow blankets the rooftops, but you sense a slight change in its texture. It feels softer under your boots, less brittle than yesterday. A young girl stands outside her home, squinting at the sky. She tells you that the color of morning looks warmer, even though the air is still cold. She insists her grandmother taught her to read the sky in late winter, saying that certain hues hint at a shift in the season. Observations like this appear in several rural notes, where people relied on the sky's tone as an early clue rather than strict science. A man emerges from his doorway carrying a bucket. When he reaches the well, he pauses in surprise. A thin stream of water drips steadily from the wooden bucket's rim, where snow rests. He smiles and taps the melting edge gently. According to numerous practical descriptions written by observers of medieval rural life, meltwater often served as one of the first obvious signs that the season was turning. You watch the slow, steady dripping and feel a strange sense of relief spread through your chest. You follow the man toward his barn. As he pushes the door open, a wave of warm, earthy air surrounds you. Livestock shuffle and snort. A cow scratches herself against a beam, its heavy winter coat shedding tiny bits of loose fur. The man points at the clumps and tells you that animals begin shedding slightly when the harshest cold passes. He grins, remarking that cows and sheep sometimes sense the shift before humans do. Although this claim varies widely between regions, several early pastoral commentators mention similar beliefs. Outside again, you hear a soft trickling sound. Curious, you follow the noise to a cluster of icicles hanging from a roof edge. Water drips from their tips, creating tiny dark spots in the snow. The pattern of meltwater is delicate but unmistakable. A woman walking nearby remarks that the villagers watch for this exact moment every year. She says that when icicles begin crying, winter begins thinking about leaving. Her poetic phrasing echoes a similar sentiment preserved in an old seasonal poem, though the exact wording differs. As you walk toward the woods, the landscape changes subtly. The snow beneath the trees appears patchier, with small patches of dark earth poking through. You crouch down to touch the exposed soil. It feels cold but no longer frozen solid. A hunter passing by nods at the sight and tells you that the forest always reveals spring earlier than open fields. He explains that animals begin stirring more often, following instincts rooted in cycles older than any recorded history. While common people did not always understand the science behind seasonal change, their observational accuracy impresses you. A soft tapping draws your attention upward. A woodpecker works diligently on a tree trunk. The hunter grins and says that when birds begin feeding more actively, it suggests that insects hidden beneath bark are becoming less dormant. This detail appears occasionally in nature writings from the period, though scholars remain divided on how widely people trusted birds as seasonal indicators. Still, the sound of tapping carries a brightness that feels like an encouraging whisper. You continue deeper into the forest, where a thin mist rises from the snow-covered ground. It swirls like pale smoke, delicate and almost ethereal. A young woman collecting firewood explains that the mist forms when warmer air meets cold snow. She calls it winter's breath easing. Whether poetic or practical, the sight mesmerizes you. It feels as though the earth itself is exhaling softly after holding tension for too long. At the forest edge, a shepherd tends his flock. The sheep move more energetically than before, pawing at the snow to reach the grass beneath. When one sheep uncovers a small patch of green, the shepherd laughs with a joy that seems to radiate outward. He explains that patches of green often appear first in wind-sheltered corners, nourished by faint warmth trapped near the ground. Observations like these appear in agricultural guidance texts, praising the earliest signs of renewal. He kneels and touches the tiny blades of grass with reverence. A few steps away, you notice a cluster of rabbits darting across the snow. Their tracks loop and twist in playful trails. The shepherd raises an eyebrow and says the rabbits have grown restless. Their behavior, he claims, hints at changing weather. He admits that his father believed animals had a gift for feeling shifts in the season, and although not everyone agrees, he still watches them closely. This belief surfaces in some early naturalist notes, though experts still debate whether it reflects genuine instinct or simply hopeful interpretation. Returning to the village, you hear a rhythmic creaking near the granary. A group of villagers works together to inspect their grain supply. One complains that the granary roof leaks slightly when snow melts too quickly. They debate whether to repair it immediately or wait until the thaw strengthens. Their discussion reveals a delicate balance. Early melts could create as many problems as they solved. Too much meltwater could seep into storage pits, spoil grain, or freeze again overnight, creating new hazards. Seasonal repair notes from manorial accounts often mention this tricky period between freeze and thaw. Near the well, two children kick at a patch of slush forming near the bucket's base. They laugh at the strange texture, neither quite snow nor water. Their mother scolds gently, reminding them that such patches turn slippery by nightfall. She tells you that this slush stage frustrated many families, as it made walking treacherous. Some sources in medieval household notes emphasize this seasonal danger, suggesting that experienced villagers kept sand or ash on hand to scatter across icy paths. You walk toward the fields, where a farmer kneels in the snow, examining one of the small ditches dug before winter. Meltwater trickles into the ditch, forming clear rivulets. The farmer nods thoughtfully. He says that when meltwater begins filling these channels instead of freezing, it means the ground is slowly thinking about softening. According to a few early environmental commentaries, such ditches helped prevent sudden floods during spring thaw. The farmer's pride in this ancient technique is unmistakable. You follow him to the edge of the field, where a small bird hops near a tree stump. Its soft chirping feels like a delicate celebration. The farmer smiles and tells you that hearing the first bird song after a long, silent winter can move people deeply. He confides that villagers sometimes gather near the woods to listen for these early songs, letting the sound remind them that the world still holds life beneath the frost. Some musical fragments recorded in medieval manuscripts hint at melodies inspired by returning birds. As you walk back through the village, you notice the subtle shift in people's movements. Their steps feel lighter, conversations warmer. A woman sweeping her threshold pauses and remarks that her broom no longer freezes overnight. A boy says he saw the first drop of water fall from the thatched roof at dawn. Small details, tiny signals, each carrying a weight of hope. You pass the healer's cottage. She stands outside, collecting the last of her frozen herbs. She tells you that once the thaw begins, she must prepare new mixtures. Some herbs stored through winter lose their strength when the season changes. She shakes her head and laughs, saying that even her remedies follow the rhythm of the sun. Such herbal transitions appear in a few medicinal manuscripts, though the explanations vary. Finally, you return to the village centre, where the elder warms his hands over a brazier. He tells you quietly that early thaws sometimes mislead people. He warns that false springs, sudden warm spells followed by renewed frost, can devastate food stores or harm young animals. He says predicting the season's turn requires patience as well as optimism. His words echo comments found in seasonal guides, where caution accompanies every hopeful sign. You stand with him for a while, watching the sky brighten slowly. The air remains cold, but you feel a softness within it, something gentle beginning to stir. A drip falls from a nearby roof. A second drip follows, then a third. The elder smiles. The smallest signs, he says, carry the greatest meaning. You continue your walk through the awakening landscape, aware that winter has begun to shift, not with dramatic fanfare but with quiet, persistent gestures that medieval people learned to read like a language written in snow and sky. You walk through the softening landscape with a quiet sense of anticipation building around you. The air still holds the bite of winter, but beneath it lies something gentler, a faint promise that the world is beginning to shift. Snow crunches less sharply under your boots now. Its surface feels damp, as if it is slowly surrendering to the sun. Today you turn toward the tasks that medieval people faced at this delicate moment, when winter had not yet ended but spring was preparing its first hesitant steps. This was a season of transition, a time when every household braced for the tremendous workload ahead. You return to the village centre, where several people already move briskly across the snow-covered paths. A man dragging a wooden rake stops to greet you. He tells you that once the thaw begins, no matter how small, work cannot wait. He gestures toward the fields, where a mixture of slush and patches of earth form a mottled pattern. The fields look far from ready, yet he insists preparation starts long before the soil softens enough for planting. According to various agricultural instructions preserved in medieval farming guides, this transitional period required careful planning, observation, and early effort. You follow him to the edge of the fields. He kneels and digs his fingers slightly into the melting snow. The earth beneath remains frozen, but he nods approvingly. The top layer is beginning to loosen, he says, which means it is time to clear debris left by storms. Broken branches, wind-blown thatch, bits of fallen straw, and uprooted brush all need to be removed before the soil can be worked. He hands you a branch and laughs lightly when you hesitate. Clearing the fields was not glamorous, but it was essential. Villagers soon join in the work. Children tuck loose twigs into baskets, while adults drag larger pieces to the edges of the field to be burned later. A woman points out that removing this debris early prevents rot from spreading once the soil warms. She recalls a year when a late thaw caused heaps of wet leaves to turn into a thick, smothering layer that choked the early seedlings. Notes from several medieval land records support this concern, warning farmers to prepare fields in stages rather than waiting for full thaw. When the debris is cleared, the villagers gather near a fence running along the field's border. Winter storms have bent several wooden rails out of shape. The fence must be mended quickly to prevent livestock from wandering once grazing begins. A man lifts a cracked rail and examines it. He explains that freeze and thaw cycles twist wood unpredictably. Fences often became wobbly at the exact moment people needed them most. He and another villager begin hammering new pegs, their rhythmic tapping carrying across the open space. You walk with the group as they move toward the storage sheds. One shed's door hangs crooked. Moisture from melting snow has warped the frame. A woman wedges a wooden block beneath the door to realign it. She explains that repairs like these must be done before spring storms arrive. Wind and rain can cause more damage in a few hours than snow did in months. Her tone holds the steady confidence of someone who has weathered many seasons. Inside the shed, tools wait in tidy rows. Hoes, spades, sickles, rakes, and wooden harrows. Winter slowed their use, but also invited damage. Metal rusted in damp rooms. Wood swelled or shrank depending on the cold. A young man runs a cloth dipped in oil along the length of a plough blade. The metal gleams faintly under the dim light. He tells you that if tools are not ready by the first workable day of spring, precious time is lost. According to practical farming notes, preparation was sometimes the defining difference between a thriving harvest and a desperate one. In another corner of the shed, sacks of stored grain sit in neat stacks. These grains will become seed soon, but not just yet. A woman approaches the sacks and rolls one gently to check for moisture. She taps its side, listening to the sound. She shakes her head and says it is safe. Moisture creeping into seed grain can turn a promising harvest into disappointment. Her actions reflect careful habits mentioned in seed storage instructions found in a few agricultural manuscripts. Leaving the sheds, you walk toward the livestock pens. The animals move more energetically now. The cows grunt softly, stamping their hooves into slushy patches of snow. Their breath rises in strong, healthy clouds. A farmhand explains that animals sense the shift and grow restless. They need more exercise, more grazing, more space. Winter kept them penned and fed, mostly on stored feed. Now the transition begins, as families prepare to shift animals gradually back onto fresh grass. He leads you toward a corner where a group of villagers repairs a small irrigation ditch. The ditch remains frozen at the bottom, but its edges are already melting, water bubbles in tiny rivulets. The villagers clear away clumps of ice, mud, and fallen leaves. They explain that early thaw water must be controlled. If left unmanaged, it can flood the lower fields. Written notes from several regions emphasize the importance of guiding meltwater carefully to prevent soil loss or erosion. Nearby, two women sort through a pile of woven sacks and baskets. One shakes out a basket to remove bits of straw and dust. She tells you that baskets used for sowing need to be cleaned and checked. If a handle breaks during planting, time and seed may be lost. Attention to small details mattered greatly during these transitional days. She smiles at you and says that spring favors those who prepare early. At the far end of the village, smoke rises gently from a kiln where another group fires clay jugs. You ask why they do this now. A potter explains that spring often brings busy work that leaves little time for pottery. By preparing vessels early, families ensure they have enough containers for storing milk, herbs, and seeds. Her explanation echoes notes found in seasonal craft instructions, where early spring marks a shift away from indoor crafts. As you continue through the village, you spot a woman airing blankets outside. The blankets hang stiff at first, but slowly they soften as the air warms. She laughs and tells you that winter blankets must be aired before being stored or used more lightly. She shakes one vigorously, sending a small flurry of dust into the air. According to household guides, Winter bedding absorbed smoke, steam, and sweat during long months indoors. Fresh air helped cleanse them for the milder days ahead. Passing another home, you see a man repairing the thatch on his roof. He climbs carefully, removing sections damaged by heavy snow. He explains that early spring storms can be fierce, and the roof must be strong enough to withstand them. He gestures toward a corner where the roof sagged slightly. A few supporting beams show signs of strain. He calls down to his son for fresh straw. Working with patience, he smooths it into place. The sun rises higher now, glinting off watery patches where snow has melted away. The village feels busier, almost alive with coordinated purpose. Every person you meet has a task, each one necessary, each one urgent in its own quiet way. You follow the path to the granary, where the elder inspects the remaining winter reserves. He marks notes onto a small wax tablet. When he sees you, he nods thoughtfully. He tells you that as food stores shrink, planning becomes more important. Families must balance what remains with the energy needed for spring work. He cannot help but smile when he adds that early spring always brings nervous excitement. The entire community stands on the edge of renewal. From the granary, you join a group carrying wooden stakes to the orchard. The trees stand bare, their branches outlined against the pale sky. The villagers examine each trunk. They trim broken limbs, remove excess growth, and scrape away frost-damaged bark. A man explains that pruning in late winter encourages stronger fruiting later. His hands move confidently, guided by years of practice. As he works, he shows you a curious detail from his own experience. Sometimes, he says, frost leaves tiny crystals inside damaged bark. When the sun warms the tree, the crystals melt, leaving small patterns like silver veins. He claims this helps him identify early damage. This observation does not appear in many written sources, yet his tone suggests the wisdom of lived tradition. The orchard grows quiet as villagers move among the trees. You feel the weight of early spring preparation in their movements. Every cut, every cleared branch, every repaired fence carries the breath of hope mixed with caution. As afternoon fades, you walk back toward the center of the village. Everywhere you look, people prepare for the season's transformation. They sweep melted snow from doorways. They inspect animal shelters. They count seed grain. They check tools again. All of this happens while winter still lingers in the air. The sun dips behind a line of trees, casting long shadows across the partially thawed fields. The wind chills again, reminding you that winter has not left entirely. This transition requires patience. Medieval people understood this well. They work now because spring waits for no one. Once the soil softens, a flood of tasks will begin, demanding full strength from every household. You pause, taking in the soft mixture of snow, water, earth, and sky. The village glows with quiet determination. People prepare not only for work, but for renewal. The world may still lie under winter's pale grip, but life is stirring beneath the surface. You walk on, aware that the season is turning, that the land is slowly waking, and that medieval life followed this rhythm with faithful endurance year after year. You leave the busy orchards behind and walk toward the open fields, where the last of the snow melts in uneven patches. A pale light spreads across the land, softer than before, almost tender. You feel the wind shift slightly, no longer carrying winter's sharp bite, but something milder, almost thoughtful. This is the moment when winter begins to loosen its hold, not out of kindness, but because the turning of the seasons allows no season to reign forever. Today, you reflect on everything winter taught medieval people, the lessons carved into their habits, beliefs, labor, and hopes. You stop at the edge of the village, where a small stream trickles through melting snowbanks. The water's faint music feels like the beginning of something new. A woman kneels nearby, washing a few wooden bowls. She looks up and smiles tiredly. She tells you that winter teaches patience like no other time. She gestures to the bowls and says that waiting for water to flow again is a reminder that nature dictates the pace of life. Records from multiple rural accounts echo this same sentiment. Winter forced families to slow down and observe. A man approaches leading a horse with stiff joints. He pauses beside the stream and splashes water onto the horse's legs. He explains that winter trains people to recognize small signs in animals, tools, soil, and sky. He chuckles softly and says that a person who learns winter's lessons becomes wiser without even noticing. His words feel true. The season leaves knowledge behind like footprints in thawing snow. You walk back toward the village square, where a group of elders sits on a long bench, soaking up what little sunlight they can. One elder motions you closer. His voice carries the confidence of someone who has lived through dozens of winters. He tells you that survival depends on memory as much as on fire or food. Families pass down stories of past winters, so the next generation can avoid the same mistakes. He taps his cane lightly on the frozen ground and adds that winter never repeats itself exactly, but it always rhymes with what came before. His expression carries a depth that you cannot help but admire. Nearby, the healer stands outside her cottage, hanging a bundle of dried herbs on a pole to freshen in the cool air. She invites you closer and explains that winter shaped her work in every detail. It taught her humility, discipline, and the fragile nature of health. She points to a small patch of earth near her doorstep, where the snow has melted early. She gently touches the soil, saying that winter's lessons go beyond illness. They teach people to value resilience. Many early medical notes reflect similar ideas, blending clinical observation with reflections on endurance. As you walk, a group of children runs past you. Their boots splash through slushy puddles, and their laughter rises bright and unrestrained. They shout to each other that the snow is finally soft enough to mold again. One child calls out that the ice on the pond is breaking, which means they can soon float small wooden boats again. Their joy feels like a reminder that winter hardships never fully overshadow the simple excitement of seasonal change. You follow a path toward a workshop where you find the woodcarver from earlier in the story examining tools laid neatly across his bench. He explains that winter taught him to respect materials. Frozen wood behaves differently from warm wood, and cold air makes tools unpredictable. He picks up a piece he carved in midwinter. The grain looks tighter, the lines cleaner. He says winter craftsmanship carries a kind of honesty because there is no rushing in the cold. He gives you a thoughtful nod and adds that winter slows the hands just enough to refine them. A potter passes by carrying several clay jugs, each wrapped in cloth to protect them from cold cracks. She smiles at you as she walks and explains that winter encourages careful planning, both in work and in life. Clay shaped during winter needs different handling than clay shaped in heat. She laughs softly, saying that every craft worker learns to respect winter's rhythm because ignoring it leads to broken pots, snapped wood, ruined dyes, or failed repairs. Her words echo in seasonal craft notes where winter is often portrayed as a strict but fair instructor. You travel farther and find a farmer inspecting the last of the stored grain. He dips his hand into a sack and lets the kernels slide through his fingers. He tells you that winter's greatest lesson is moderation. The season demands rationing, foresight, and shared responsibility. He looks toward his cottage and says that families who learn to stretch their resources, ask for help when needed, and offer help when possible, became the backbone of village life. His voice holds quiet pride. Agricultural documents often praise communities that embraced collective survival rather than isolated competition. In another corner of the village, two women scrub wooden bowls using snow and sand. They laugh as they work, their cheeks flushed from the cold. One of them tells you that winter teaches creativity. She explains how they improvised when certain herbs ran out, how they mended broken tools with clever repairs, how they turned limited ingredients into meals that fed everyone. She says that winter forces the mind to stay nimble, even when the body feels exhausted. The Reeve approaches you next, holding a slate covered in notes. He studies the numbers carefully. He says that winter reminds him how fragile the social balance can be. Duties tighten, supplies shrink, tempers rise. But winter also encourages fairness. He says that leaders must adjust expectations, negotiate gently, and look for the village's long-term health rather than strict rule enforcement. He sighs and adds that winter reveals the true nature of leadership more clearly than any peaceful season. Historical documents reflecting village administration often hint at this same tension, though rarely in such plain language. As midday arrives, you head toward the pasture where the shepherd from earlier stands watching his sheep. A few patches of green peek through the melting snow. He gestures proudly and says that winter teaches gratitude. Every blade of grass, every day of sunlight, every bucket of clean water feels more meaningful after months of frost. He tells you that people who live through harsh winters learn to celebrate small victories. A merchant passes by with a small cart. He tells you that winter taught him risk assessment. He learned to read the sky before traveling, to listen to the creak of ice, to recognize which roads held hidden dangers. He says that the world becomes honest during winter. The season reveals weaknesses in tools, clothing, shelters, and plans. He pats his cart and says winter forced him to build stronger wheels and better coverings. As evening approaches, villagers begin gathering wood, tending fires, and completing final tasks for the day. You watch them work with movements shaped by months of routine. Winter has tested them, but it has also refined them. You see it in their posture, their readiness, the patience in their eyes. You walk to the edge of the hill overlooking the village. The roofs glisten with the last sheen of melting snow. Smoke rises gently from chimneys. A calm settles over the land as the light fades. You take in the sight and realize how profoundly winter shaped medieval life. It demanded resilience, cooperation, discipline, and creativity. It taught people to respect nature, trust community, value knowledge, and cherish warmth. Standing on that quiet hill, you feel the truth settling in your chest. Winter was not only an obstacle, it was a teacher. And now, with the land preparing to open once more, you take a deep breath, letting the cold settle softly into your lungs as you prepare for the final moments of this long journey. The light fades slowly across the horizon, turning the melting snow a gentle shade of silver. The world around you grows quiet, softer with every passing breath, as if even the wind has decided to slow its pace for the night. You stand still, letting the silence wrap around you like a warm cloak, comforting and familiar after everything you have witnessed. You begin to walk back toward the village, your steps unhurried now, the ground beneath your boots damp but welcoming. Each cottage you pass glows with a small flickering light. Inside those walls, families settle in, fires burn low, and the long memories of winter soften into stories that will drift into dreams. You imagine each home filled with gentle voices, with children tucked beneath wool blankets, with the quiet sounds of a world preparing for a kinder season. The air cools further as night deepens, but it does not sting the way it once did. It feels different now, like a reminder that the harshest months are finally losing their strength. You breathe in slowly and release the breath just as gently, feeling your body loosen, your thoughts unwind, your shoulders sink into a calm you have earned mile by mile. A soft glow lingers along the sky's edge, blending into a deep, quiet blue. You pause one last time to listen, not for storms, not for wolves, not for cracking ice, but for the deep stillness that follows endurance, the kind that reaches into your chest and settles like a warm ember. You close your eyes for just a moment, letting the peace of this landscape seep into you, letting the long journey fade into a restful calm. And with that, your path grows dimmer, softer, quieter. Sweet dreams.